No. Oh, what if the webcam died? Is it all plugged in? You can change. Oh, do you want to change back? All right. Hello, everybody. It's taken a little while to get here because we've had some technical difficulties, like the sun. I don't know who didn't think of the sun when I decided to sit on the balcony and do this, but here we are at the book launch of A Dozen Disappointing Disciples. Oh, I can hear myself on this thing, so I'm going to turn myself down there. Ah, great. So this is the book we're going to read today. I'm going to read from start to finish. You're also going to hang out with me because I haven't had lunch yet or breakfast, and so I've got my esky here. It's full of snacks and drinks, so that's exciting. I've got my water, got my parasol. Is that what we call it? It's an umbrella. Keep the sun off my head so I don't die, and it should be fun. Should we get started? Do you reckon? You can just hang out. Oh, the other thing to say is, I don't know if there's anyone actually watching, but if you are, then if you comment the stupidest thing you've ever done, we're going to do a draw at 2 p.m., 4 p.m., 5 p.m., and at the end, we're going to give away 4 copies of this book. So you can be the first person to win this book. No one else has won it before. And then you could be the second person or the third person or the fourth person. Anyway, so make a comment, stupidest thing you've ever done. At the moment, if there's no one there, it's a very easy win. You might be the only person to enter. Anyway, make those comments. We're going to get started. This is A Dozen Disappointing Disciples, How to Do Stupid Stuff and Still Change the World by Tom French. All right, let's get going. I'll skip the endorsements, but look at all those endorsements. It's people saying lots of nice things about me. I got an extra one on a little while ago, so that'll go in the book too. Then there'll be 2 pages of endorsements. It'll be very impressive. All right, this is the dedication. For Mum and Dad, 2 excellent disciples who have discipled me excellently. Contents. We'll skip the acknowledgements. Everyone skips the acknowledgements, but I say a lot of nice things in there to people who have done nice things for me. All right. Introduction. I have a problem with Jesus. That's possibly not the correct way to start a Christian book, but I'm just telling you the truth. Here's my issue. As a Christian, I regularly hear about how I have to be more like Jesus. I listen to talks. I read books. I sing songs. All of them are about being like Jesus. The problem is, well, Jesus. Have you met the guy? He's amazing. He's perfect. He is literally a god. He is God. How can I possibly be like him? If someone said to me, be like Dwayne The Rock Johnson, I'd respond, no, you be like Dwayne The Rock Johnson. I don't want to get up at 4 o'clock every morning and work out in the iron paradise, eat massive amounts of protein, run a bunch of companies, produce films, act in films, make time for my fans, and find time to see my family. That's too much work. Some of those things by themselves, they would be good. I wouldn't mind committing to making films or working out more, but all of these things together, no way. I couldn't. Happily, no one's expecting me to be like The Rock. It's absurd. If you've seen me, and you can see me, you'll know it's absurd. So if I can't be like Dwayne, then how can I ever hope to be like Jesus? I'm not sure about Jesus' workout routine, but in every other way, Jesus blows everyone else out of the water. When you read the stories of his life, he was kind, loving, gentle, smart, wise, funny, brilliant, passionate, friendly, gentle, smart. Well, oh, hold on. I think I've gone back again. Gentle, smart, wise, funny, brilliant, passionate, friendly. Yes. And probably a rather good tradesman to boot. He is the perfect human. So as much as I like Jesus, and I really, really like Jesus, sometimes I find it difficult to imagine that I could be like him. I'm not good with a hammer. Oh, I'm not even good with a hammer. Jesus was a brilliant teacher. Sometimes, when I do Bible talks, I accidentally say Satan when I mean to say Jesus. Jesus healed the sick. I can't even fix a bike tire. Jesus stood up to the religious authorities. I have trouble standing up to Siri. Jesus rose from the dead. I struggle to get up to my alarm. Jesus was without sin. I am definitely not that. I cannot be like Jesus. But I'll tell you who I can be like. The disciples. Jesus' 12 buddies. Now there is a biblical example that I can get behind. They were proud, scared, thick, doubtful, jealous, angry, weird, dishonest, faithless, and so much more. That sounds much more like me. Oh, look, you can see my chest here. This is the shirt I wore at my wedding when I was quite underweight, and now it looks quite well. All right. When I read the biographies of Jesus, the books of the Bible known as the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, I admire Jesus, but I identify with the disciples. These were the guys who didn't understand Jesus' teaching, even when he was speaking plainly. They fought amongst themselves, and they fought with others. They were racists, terrorists, traitors, and liars. They had intentions that went, they had they had good intentions that went quite wrong, and they had bad intentions that also went wrong. This book, as is obvious from the title, is about the disciples. Here is what's so amazing about the disciples. Even though they were so flawed and seemed pretty disappointing, they end up changing the world. Their faltering following of Jesus led to the shaping of the world as we know it today. And if God can change the world through them, he can change the world through you and me too. That is good news. So I'll tell you what we're going to do in this book. We'll look at the stories of the disciples. Particularly, we're going to focus on the times they did or said something stupid. Seeing as each of the chapters is based on a passage in the Bible, you would do well to read the passage in the Bible or on your app before you read the chapter. Also, you can read this book from cover to cover, or drop in on the chapters that seem most interesting. But if you do read a few chapters, I reckon it'd be worth reading at least the final one and the conclusion to see what happens in the end. Who were the disciples? Now, before we get into the stories of the disciples, it might be worth knowing who they are. The problem is, while we know a lot about a few of the disciples and a smaller amount about some of them, we know next to nothing about the rest of them. However, I'll tell you what we know, and we'll trust God that the rest won't be covered in the exam. This is what Mark chapter 3, verses 13 to 15 tells us about what Jesus chose the 12 disciples. Jesus went up on a mountainside and called to him those he wanted, and they came to him. He appointed 12 that they might be with him, and that he might send them out to preach, and to have authority, and to drive out demons. This moment comes a little way into Jesus' ministry. He'd already done a bunch of traveling around the countryside, healing people, casting out demons, and doing impressive teaching. Because of this, he had a load of women and men following him, traveling around with him and listening to his teaching. Throughout Jesus' ministry, he had many disciples. However, Jesus chose to call a particular group of 12 to play a special role. When I talk about the disciples in this book, unless I say otherwise, I'm talking about the group known as the 12. Why did he call 12? The number 12 was very significant to the Jewish people of Jesus' day. This was because ancient Israelite football teams had 12 players, and football was very popular at the time. Obviously, Jesus wanted to compete in the local leagues. They called themselves the Nazareth Nazgals. Oh, here's my lunch. Ooh, it's nice and hot. I'll just put it here. I'll get into it soon. All right, let's keep going. That last paragraph is fake news. I have no idea how many players were on an Israelite football team in AD 26. The number 12 was important for a much more significant reason. Ancient Israel, the descendants of Abraham, called by God to be his chosen people, a light to the nations, and a blessing to the world, comprised of 12 tribes. Each tribe was named after their patriarch, one of the 12 sons of Jacob from whom they were descended. That's Genesis chapter 35, verses 22 to 26. Unfortunately, they hadn't lived up to their calling. After repeatedly falling into idolatry, sin, and rebellion against God over a couple of hundred years, foreign powers took all of Israel into captivity away from their homeland. Only when these foreign powers were defeated by the other nations, when these powers were defeated by the other nations, only 2 tribes of Israel came back. The other 10 had been scattered across the known world. They intermarried with other people groups and lost their identity as the people of God. Some, as we'll discuss later, did hang around Israel, but they intermarried with other local people groups and became the Samaritans. Around 500 years later, Jesus called 12 disciples to himself. He was signifying that he was beginning a new Israel. Where previously the people of God had not lived up to their calling, now Jesus was doing a new thing. This new Israel would bring the blessing of God to all the world, just as old Israel was meant to do. The role of these disciples was to preach and drive out demons. While this may sound like some kind of evangelical Ghostbusters, which I can imagine as a badly made Christian movie on Pureflix, essentially what it means is that their ministry was to be an extension of Jesus' ministry. The work of the disciples was not just to follow Jesus around like a rapper's entourage. He was training them up to go out and do the work of bringing his kingdom. That is why the stories that follow in this book are so concerning. For a group of men whom Jesus chose to be the ones to change the world, they were a pretty dysfunctional, thick-headed bunch of dudes. You know who wouldn't have made so many mistakes? Women, I hear you say. Why didn't Jesus pick any women? Was he sexist? I don't know if women would have done any better job at being the 12 than the men did. Maybe they would have made fewer mistakes. Maybe they would have made just different ones. But it does seem like Jesus should have been an equal opportunity Messiah. I think Jesus' choice of 12 men as disciples was a reflection of the 12 tribes of Israel. Each man was a correlation with the 12 fathers of those tribes. Each of the 12 was a new patriarch for the new people of God. Another reason why the 12 were all male was because in Jewish society, Jesus needed 10 men to be accepted as a rabbi, a Jewish religious leader. A Jewish synagogue couldn't meet without having 10 men present. The 12 were an authentication of his religious authority, even for those people who disagreed with him. That said, Jesus did have female disciples. They just weren't in the 12. Some of these women were Mary Magdalene, Mary the wife of Clopas, Mary the mother of Jesus, Joanna, and Susanna. They traveled with Jesus and supported his ministry, Luke 8, 1-3, served him and learned from him. That's Luke chapter 10, verses 38 to 42. They were with Jesus at his crucifixion, Luke chapter 23, verse 49, and John 19, 25 to 27, and were the first people to proclaim the resurrection after being brave enough to visit Jesus' tomb. That's Luke 24, verses 1 to 12. Unfortunately, for the purposes of this book, these women weren't recorded in the Bible doing a lot of stupid things, so they won't get many mentions in the following pages. That said, having met at least one or two women, I know that they can also make a few daft decisions. Stupidity is not gendered. So hopefully, if you're a woman, you'll be able to identify with the poor choices of the 12, while also being encouraged by your Jesus-following sisters who give womankind such a good name in the Gospels. The 12. So who were these 12 men specifically? These are the names that Mark gives us. These are the 12 he appointed: Simon, to whom he gave the name Peter; James, son of Zebedee, and his brother John. To them he gave the name Boanerges, which means sons of thunder; Andrew, Philip, Bartholomew, Matthew, Thomas, James, son of Alphaeus, Thaddeus, Simon the Zealot, and Judas Iscariot, who betrayed him. Mark chapter 3, verses 16 to 19. There are a few other lists of disciples throughout the New Testament. All of them have a similar structure, though some of the names are different. Before you get worried about the vast conspiracy of the Catholic Church to cover up some of the disciples, or that Christianity is all bunk because the writers of the Bible didn't even know who Jesus' disciples were, let me allay your fears. In all likelihood, there were a few disciples who had multiple names. The Gospels were written in Greek. The disciples spoke Aramaic, and the region they lived in had Hebrew, Greek, and Roman cultures, to name just the big ones. And Jesus gave at least a few of them new names. So throw all that into the mix, and you're going to get a few people called different things. As an example, as a young man, I used to love the Hong Kong film star Jackie Chan. His actual name is Chan Kong Seng, but when he was living in Australia working on construction sites, some Aussies struggled with the name Kong Sang, so people started calling him Little Jack, and the name stuck. He became Jackie. This story highlights the casual racism of 1970s Australia, but it also illustrates my point. Sometimes people can be known by different things because of various cultural idiosyncrasies. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they aren't. But that doesn't mean that they're two different people. If one list of Jesus' disciples listed a Kong Sang and another listed Jackie, you'd now be comfortable that they're both the same person. All right, now we've got all that out of the way, let's get on with this list of the disciples. Simon Peter. Simon, who was given the name Peter by Jesus, was a fisherman by trade. I know this because that's what the Bible says, but also because my parents read my older sister and me a book about him when we were kids called The Big Fisherman. His family came from a town called Bethsaida, which means Fisher Town, in case you were wondering. But he had a house in Capernaum. The family fishing business was on the Sea of Galilee. Simon Peter had a wife. Though she never gets a walk-on role in the Bible, we know she existed because he had a mother-in-law in Mark chapter 1, verses 29 to 31. And Paul mentions that Peter used to take his wife on ministry trips. That's in 1 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 5. As we'll see in this book, he was a guy who was often impulsive and said the first thing that popped into his mind. I'm sure you know people like him. You may even be a person like him yourself. James. James was the older brother of John and the son of Zebedee, which is a cool name if you ask me. Like Peter, he came from Bethsaida, and his family also had a fishing business on the Sea of Galilee in partnership with Simon Peter's family. There's also a chance that James and John were Jesus' cousins. Jesus gave James and John the nickname Sons of Thunder, which was not a motorcycle gang or a comment on their parents or a reference to what happened when they went to the bathroom. It was because they were rather impetuous. As we'll see in chapter 8, they were partial to blowing stuff up. They also didn't mind making totally inappropriate requests of Jesus. You can see chapter 11 for more about that. John. John was the younger brother of James, and James and the son of Zebedee. Like James, he may also have been Jesus' cousin. And if that is the case, then Jesus had at least two cousins with the name John, which would have made family Christmases very confusing. John is also thought to be the writer of the book of John, and the person referred to in that book as the disciple whom Jesus loved. This could be because he thought that he was the favorite, but more likely, is because he knew deeply what it meant to be loved by Jesus. Andrew. Andrew was Peter's brother. He too grew up in Bethsaida, and he was also a fisherman in the family business. Before Jesus turned up, Andrew was a disciple of John. Before Jesus turned up, Andrew was a disciple of John the Baptist. Throughout the Gospels, Andrew was often bringing people to meet Jesus. John chapter 1, verses 41 to 42, John chapter 6, verse 8, and chapter 12, verse 22. There isn't a lot of other information about Andrew, but let's assume that no news is good news. Philip. Philip was also from the town of Bethsaida. He and the other 4 disciples from Bethsaida would all have known each other. It was a small town, and there is a chance that they called themselves the Bethsaida boys. The only gospel where Philip gets a speaking role is the book of John. Perhaps John liked letting his hometown buddies play a role in his book. Bartholomew. Young Barty was the son of Talmai. That's what Bartholomew means. He may also have been known as Nathaniel, whom we meet in John's gospel. The Bible doesn't tell us that, but we can guess that that might be the case because Bartholomew is never mentioned in John's gospel, and Nathaniel is never mentioned in Matthew, Mark, or Luke. Nathaniel was said by Jesus to have no deceit in him, which is a pretty good endorsement to get from the King of the universe. John chapter 1, verse 47. Matthew. Matthew, also known as Levi, was a tax collector. His occupation is just about all we know about him. He was called by Jesus to follow him right out of his tax collecting booth. Mark chapter 12, verses 13 to 17. Given what we know about how much tax collectors were disliked by the general population because of their support of the Roman oppressors, he may not have been too popular among the other disciples. Matthew is also thought to be the author of the book of Matthew. Thomas. Thomas was also known as Didymus, which means twin. We have no idea who his twin was. Some people like to think that Thomas was Jesus' twin. There are all sorts of interesting theological questions about how a twin would work with a divine conception, but there is no evidence in the Bible that Jesus had a twin and that the twin was Thomas. That said, Jesus did have plenty of brothers and sisters, including James, who wrote the book of James. Thomas did doubt Jesus' resurrection, and you can be sure we're going to talk about that, see chapter 14, but he was also the disciple who was prepared to die with Jesus when he had no idea what he was getting himself into. John chapter 11, verse 16. So we shouldn't give Thomas a bad rap. James, son of Alphaeus. James had a father named Alphaeus, and that's about the extent of our knowledge of this bloke. We know he was the son of Alphaeus only to distinguish him from James the son of Zebedee. It also distinguishes him from James the brother of Jesus. There are a lot of Jameses floating around the ancient world. Thaddeus. Thaddeus was probably also known as Judas, but not that Judas. He was Judas, son of James, but not those Jameses. I told you there are a lot of Jameses. It would be annoying if your main claim to fame was to be called the other Judas, but he was still one of Jesus' disciples, so that's not a bad thing to tell your kids. Better than being the 5th Wiggle who left the original Wiggles just before they got rich and famous. Simon was a zealot. Oh, Simon the Zealot. That's the title. And then I say, Simon was a zealot, which doesn't mean that he cared a lot about stuff. It could mean that he was called this because he was very devoted to his religion. However, there was a particular political movement called the Zealots, not to be confused with the band from Surrey, England, of the same name. The Zealots were a nationalist Jewish group that was willing to engage in active resistance against the Romans. They probably didn't exist until around AD 66. So Simon couldn't have been one when he was hanging out with Jesus, but the gospel writers may have called him the Zealot because the Zealots were around when they were writing the gospels, so their readers would have known what they were talking about. If that was the case, you can be sure that there would have been at least some tension between Simon the Israelite nationalist and Matthew the guy who raised funds for Israel's Roman oppressors. Judas Iscariot. Judas was from the town of Cariot. He was also probably pretty good with money because he was made the treasurer of the disciples. John chapter 13, verse 29. I've devoted a whole chapter to Judas later in the book, so I won't say much more here except to say this. The only thing worse than being known as not that Judas would be to be known as, yes, that Judas. On with the show. So there you have it, the 12 disciples who were chosen to be with Jesus, preaching and driving out demons. Now that we've met all the major characters, and some quite minor ones too, it seems, we can get on with this adventure. While these guys might do a lot of stupid stuff, I hope that you'll be far from disappointed in what they have to teach us. As we look at their stories, we'll see how we can learn about ourselves and about Jesus. We'll see how God changed them and used them. If I do my job right, you'll have a laugh, you'll identify with the disciples, and by the power of God, you'll be a little more like Jesus so that you might change the world too. Are you ready? And that's the end of the introduction. Now we're up to chapter 1, but I am going to eat a little bit of my lunch here. So if you are online watching this, why don't you share with me what you had for lunch or what you're going to have for lunch? I'm having rice and tuna with some frozen vegetables that have been microwaved. It's very good. It's one of my favorite meals. Oh, I got some Coke in here too. That's very exciting. Woo. Mm. And bananas, I got bananas for later. Look, let me be clear. At the moment, I'm already feeling tired because I didn't sleep that well last night and I haven't eaten a lot of food. So this is getting off to a great start. I've never done an endurance challenge in my life, so this seems like the easiest one because I'm sitting down and I'm reading a book and I got food and stuff. I'm at home, it's pretty easy, but I'm tired already, so this is going to go real well. Let me just ask the people in the control room if there's anything I need to know. Like, is anyone around or anyone commenting? Hey, wife. 3. I've got 3 stories of the stupidest thing people have ever done. That's great. Thanks, guys. Ooh, I'm looking forward to that. All right. Where's my Coke? Gotta start my Coke. This is why you don't eat while you're making an audiobook, because you'll hear like chewing and swallowing. It's gonna be great. It'll be like the worst kind of ASMR. Oh, that's really cold and good. This is Coke no sugar, so I can keep fitting into my wedding shirt. And Coke said it's the best Coke ever, which is probably not true, but it's it's kind of refreshing on a day like today. Okay, let me eat a little bit more, and then we'll get on with chapter 2, and I'll breathe some rice all over the book. Maybe I'll give away this book, and you'll be very pleased to get some free rice. Mm. We're just adjusting our umbrella over the top of the camera so it doesn't overheat. Oh, all right. Let's keep going. I apologize if you have all the swallowing noises. Well, hold on. I'm getting a question from my producer. Yes? Oh, the stories. Yeah. Oh, look, I got some stories sent to me about stupidest things people have ever done. All right. God, Robbie Hayes said, the stupidest thing I've ever done was forgetting to take my pajamas off before putting my school uniform on. It was a super hot day and I couldn't take my jacket off. That's funny. Thanks. I don't know my wife said, I don't know the stupidest thing what the stupid thing I've ever done is, but enabling this stunt has to be pretty high on the list. Thanks, wife. Robbie Hayes says, my lunch is very similar, 2-minute noodles with frozen corn kernels and canned chili tuna. You got this. Thanks, Robbie. I'm so glad we're eating similar meals together. All right. My good friend Percy has said, the stupidest thing I've ever done is watch a book launch of a Christian book when I thought it was about choosing the best carton of eggs when shopping. What? Good one, Percy. Tom is consistently bad at choosing the best carton of eggs, so I wouldn't take his advice on the topic. Yeah. Well, so there you go. I am not very good at choosing the best eggs. That's true. But I do check them. The trick is you got to open them up and look at the top, but then you got to close it and look at the bottom in case the stuff has come through. There you are. Now you can stop watching, Percy. All right, here we go. Let's keep going. Chapter 1, Origin Stories, the First Disciples. This is from John chapter 1, verses 35 to 51. Oh, you don't get that on an audiobook, do you? I had a privileged childhood. If you met me and saw my humble demeanor, I can't even read my own book, you wouldn't know it, but my parents were very rich. In the city where I grew up, they were famous for their tremendous wealth and generosity to charity and those in need. As a kid, I spent much of my free time exploring the giant estate that we lived on and the caves beneath my house. I was a cheerful kid, only scared of the creatures that lived in the dark of those caves. One day, when I was not yet a teenager, my parents took me to the theater. That night, as we were leaving by a back alley, a man held us up by gunpoint. I still remember the screams as my father tried to protect my mother, but in doing so, they were both shot and killed. I was shattered. I vowed to devote my life to fighting crime in my city so that no child would ever witness what I had witnessed. I now spend my nights dressed as a creature of the night, sitting on rooftops and protecting my city as best I can. Oh, there's another one. Okay, you figured it out. That's not my story. I stole it from the famous comic book hero, Man Who Dresses as a Bat. My origin story is much less interesting. My parents weren't particularly wealthy, and not once were they murdered. They still live in the house I grew up in Sydney's northern suburbs. Hey, there's a Willy Wagtail just come to visit. That's nice. I'm going to dress as a Willy Wagtail. I'll become Willy Man. I don't know if I should say that, but I did. So there we go. All right. I could tell you about my childhood, but in the big scheme of things, it was mostly unremarkable. Chances are your origin story isn't that exciting either. Though, if it is, that's fine. I just hope it doesn't resemble Bruce Wayne's too much. My wife is laughing. Sorry, my producer. This book is about Jesus' disciples who were unremarkable people. None of them were famous or powerful. They might have gone on to change the world, write much of the New Testament, and have churches all over the world named after them, but they weren't always the spiritual giants that we know them as. They started out as inauspicious young men, as inauspicious as you or me. These are their origin stories. Before we meet the disciples in the gospel, first meetings. Before we meet the disciples in the Gospel of John, which is the biography of Jesus traditionally thought to have been written by the disciple named John, we meet Jesus' cousin, John the Baptist, a different John from the disciple John, who may also have written the book of John, too many Johns, who had been telling people that Jesus was on the way. John had his own entourage of disciples, and when along came Jesus, it prompted John to yell out to them, "Look, the Lamb of God!" That's John chapter 1, verse 36. Everyone looked around trying to see the promised Messiah, or perhaps hoping for some magical lamb, and they saw Jesus, a carpenter from Nazareth. I don't know how you would feel if that happened. I imagine that you've been following Jesus. Sorry, imagine you've been following John, who has been talking for months about how the great man of God will come along soon and how he is going to change everything, and then along comes a plumber in high vis. I've got nothing against tradespeople. I just usually expect tradespeople to build a fence, paint a house, or unblock a toilet rather than save the world. Despite this, at least two of John's disciples were willing to accept that Jesus was the Messiah foretold in the ancient scriptures. So they ran after him. Jesus immediately turned around and, speaking his first words in the book, asked them, "What do you want?" Verse 38. John the Baptist's two disciples, one of whom we learn was Andrew, and the other could have been John, seemed a little bit thrown by this question. So they said, "Rabbi," which means teacher, "where are you staying?" Verse 38. I don't know why they asked that question. Were they really so interested in seeing Jesus' accommodation? When I was a kid, had to play at other kids. When I was a kid and had to play at other kids' places, the initial minutes were always pretty awkward. So the first question would often be, "Can you show me your bedroom?" And then we go and stand in their room, just feeling just as weird, But now we were in their room. I'd inspect their Lego and action figures before we eventually remembered how to play with other humans. Before we eventually remembered how to play with other humans. Perhaps these two disciples were hoping to see Jesus' Lego and action figures to break the tension. Jesus indulged them and took them to see his place, where he probably showed them his favorite skateboard and talked about what it was like to be the new on the scene Messiah. Andrew had such a good time playing at Jesus' place that he rushed off to find his brother Simon to tell him about his new friend. Andrew did what became the most effective way for anyone to find out about Jesus. He told his friends and family about him. For millennia to come, followers of Jesus have found the people they know and love and said to them, "I've found the Messiah," hoping they might meet him too. Jesus went with his brother, and when Jesus saw him, Jesus knew him. He said, "You are Simon, son of John. You will be called Cephas," which, when translated, is Peter. Verse 42. Now, if this were a movie, for instance, the prequel to a film about Peter, the apostle, there might be a collective gasp among the audience when we realize this is Peter and this is how he got his name. But if you are actually Simon Peter, then you might not be so impressed. Imagine you met this guy and straight away he gave you a new name. If I met someone, they said to me, "You are Thomas, son of Vernon, you'll be called Grant," I would be pretty upset. I quite like my name, and I don't really want to be some guy I've just met, and I don't really want some guy I've just met deciding to name me as someone else. However, what Jesus was doing in giving Simon a new name was telling him who he'll become. Names are pretty significant in the Bible. These days, we put little stock in names. A name is just a name, and it didn't have a lot of bearing on your life. If Jesus wanted to give a new name to Simon today, he could take an online poll and then end up naming him Disciple McDiscipleface, and everyone would laugh, and that would be that. But in the Bible, a name draws out who you are. A name tells you who you are. Moses' name meant draw out, because he was drawn out of the water, but also because he would draw God's people out of slavery. Exodus chapter 2, verse 10. Jacob's name means he deceives. Genesis chapter 25, verse 26. And he spent much of his life deceiving people until God changed his name to Israel, which means he struggles with God. Genesis chapter 32, verse 28. God's name is Yahweh, which means I am. The short version of I am who I am, which is God saying that he is so unique and beyond comprehension that he is defined only by himself. That's Exodus chapter 3, verse 14. Jesus' name means Yahweh saves, because it is by him that God saves his people. So, Jesus decided Simon should be known by a different name. Simon was a pretty common name. It was the name of one of the 12 tribes of Israel. So there were people all over the place called Simon. But Jesus gave Simon a brand new name. His name was to be Peter. Peter means rock or rocky, which is actually a pretty good name to receive, much better than if, for instance, Jesus called him stove or compost. Jesus saw who Simon would become, not just a fisherman leading a quiet life in a small fishing town of Bethsaida, but a rock, a foundation for God's work in the world. And I'm just going to move this is my keyboard so that I can control things from here, but I'm just moving it so it's not in the sun and then it doesn't die. There we go. Let's keep going. We'll talk more about that in chapter 6. Right from the beginning, Jesus knew the end of the story. No matter how bad things looked along the way, and they were going to look pretty bad at times, Jesus knew who Peter was going to become. God was going to do an important work in Simon, so that the man who finished the journey would not be the same man who started it. He would no longer be just a common Simon, but an uncommon rock. The following day, Jesus headed off to Galilee, and along the way he found Philip, whose name means lover of horses, just while we're talking about names, and he straight up said to him, "Follow me." And Philip thought, fair enough, and followed Jesus. This seems pretty quick. Meanwhile, maybe Phil had been studying the scriptures and recognized a Messiah when he saw one, or maybe he just got a good vibe off Jesus. Philip went off in search of his mate Nathanael and told him, "We have found the one Moses wrote about in the law, about whom the prophets also wrote, Jesus of Nazareth, the son of Joseph. John chapter 1, verse 45. He was telling Nathanael that they've met the one whom they met the one from all the ancient prophecies. But Nathanael was skeptical. He said, Nazareth? Can anything good come from there? Verse 46. Nazareth didn't have a very good reputation. You wouldn't really expect a Messiah to come from there. Not because it was bad. It was just small. If the Messiah was to turn up today, you might expect them to be from somewhere important like New York or London or Beijing. But what if someone said, the Messiah from Holbrook is here? You'd probably say, Holbrook? Can anything good come from there? Or you'd have no idea where Holbrook even is. There isn't anything wrong with it. It's just not the sort of place that you'd expect someone as significant as the Messiah to come from. Peter wasn't having any of Nathanael's geographic elitism, so he convinced Nathanael to at least meet Jesus. When they got there, Jesus saw Nathanael and said, Here truly is an Israelite in whom there is no deceit. Verse 47. Nathanael, perhaps feeling a little weirded out, said, How do you know me? To which Jesus responded, I saw you while you were still under the fig tree before Philip called you. This was a strange thing to say. Jesus was proving that he really knew who Nathanael was. Now, I have no idea what Nathanael was doing under the fig tree. I used to think that meant Nathanael was up to something dodgy under the fig tree. Like if today Jesus said, I saw you when you were on your phone alone in your room last night. This feels like a Jesus sees you even when you're Jesus sees even your incognito tab moment. Nathanael should have used a VPN. But I think that's probably not what's going on. Immediately before he told Nathanael he had seen him, Jesus said Nathanael was an Israelite in whom there was no deceit. Verse 47. You don't say that about someone looking at ancient porn hiding behind a tree. So what was Nathanael doing? Assuming Jesus wasn't being ironic in his praise, it was probably something commendable. Maybe he had a particularly earnest prayer session pledging his life to God. Maybe he discovered a bag of money and chose not to steal it. Maybe he found an ancient nudie mag and didn't sneak a peek. Whatever went on under the branches of that tree, Jesus saw and approved. Jesus saw Nathanael for who he was. Jesus' insight convinced Nathanael, Rabbi, you are the Son of God. You are the King of Israel. Verse 49. Jesus responded by saying, You believe because I told you I saw you under the fig tree. You will see greater things than that. Very truly I tell you, you will see heaven open and the angels of God ascending and descending on the Son of Man. Verses 50 to 51. Jesus was making a reference to the story in Genesis chapter 28, where Jacob had a dream and saw angels going up and down a stairway from heaven to earth. After the dream, Jacob woke up and said, Surely the Lord is in this place, and I was not aware of it. How awesome is this place! This is none other than the house of God. This is the gate of heaven. Verses 16 to 17. He then named the place Bethel, which means house of God. Jacob was very impressed that he had encountered God on earth. Jesus seems to be saying to Nathanael that he is the place where people can meet God. Knowing what Nathanael did in secret might be impressive, but in Jesus, they will see God himself. Jesus is the house of God. That is, he is where humanity meets God. A God-man? That's even more impressive than a bit of fig tree prophecy. And with that, Jesus met 5 of his 12 disciples: Andrew, another guy who was probably John, Simon Peter, Philip, and Nathanael. While they probably didn't start officially following Jesus till later, Jesus was revealing himself to them and drawing them to himself. This was the start of their lifelong journey with Jesus. What I love about this story is the way it encapsulates so much of what happens when any one of us follow Jesus. Some people come to know Jesus because something amazing happens, a miracle, a vision, or a dream. But most of us come to know Jesus the same way these disciples did, because someone who knows and loves us told us about him. In my case, it was my parents. They brought me up hearing about Jesus. They taught me about Jesus as they taught me about everything else in the world. The stove is hot, the sun is bright, Jesus is Lord. Other people have sisters and brothers who tell them about Jesus, or friends who invite them to youth group or camp. Some people who they barely know share Jesus with them, just because they think Jesus is worth knowing. There are those poor people who get invited to a party, hoping for free drinks, only to discover that it's a Christian event with only water and weak cordial on offer, and that they've been tricked into listening to a talk about Jesus by some guy in Crocs, and miraculously, they still find Jesus compelling. Now, you might not yet have met Jesus. Maybe I'll get to be one of those people who introduces you to Jesus. That is exciting. You may have been given this book by someone who loves you and wants you to meet Jesus. Why? Because they've met Jesus and they know he's worth knowing. Like Andrew and Philip, they've found Jesus compelling, and they hope that you will discover what they've discovered. I hope that you will too. I'm just being a little bit distracted by my producer walking around with my child. Hello. My assistant producer, who is 7 months old. Can I wave at the assistant producer? Hello. Nice to see you. She just woke up from a nap. You can close one of these doors if you want to stop things flying in. She's just closing the heavy door, so she won't know I talked to her until after the 3-second delay. All right, where are we up to? Yeah. Like Andrew and Philip, they've found Jesus compelling. They hope that you will discover what they've discovered, and I hope you will too. You want to know one of the reasons why Jesus is compelling? Because like we saw in the first chapter of John's Gospel, when you meet Jesus, like with Nathanael, he knows who you are, and like with Simon Peter, he knows who you're going to be. Knowing exactly who you are, he still wants you to know him. Jesus knows where you've been. When Jesus met Nathanael, Jesus knew him. He knew his heart, and he knew what Nathanael had been up to in secret. I don't know about you, but for me, being known is not always something that I really like the idea of. I get a bit concerned about people seeing what I've been listening to on Spotify, so the idea of Jesus publicly naming my secrets is pretty scary. Sometimes I find myself in Christian meetings where, after a time of singing, there is a time of waiting on the Spirit, and then someone will stand up with a word from God to share with everyone, and I'll be sitting there thinking, don't be for me, don't be for me. I worry that God will have shared with them one of my many sins, and they're going to stand up and tell everyone the worst things that I've ever done. But this isn't the way that Jesus works. He's not into public shaming. He's not even into private shaming. Notice with Nathanael, he doesn't say, here's a guy who pretends to be humble but actually thinks he's better than everyone else. Or, I saw you steal Uncle Benjamin's money when no one was around. Though I'm sure he could easily have revealed all of Nathanael's secret sins. Instead, he highlighted Nathanael's integrity and shared a secret moment that reflected well on Nathanael. Despite his ability to do otherwise, Jesus was gentle with Nathanael and built him up. And Jesus knows you too. He knows what you got up to under your fig tree. He knows your secret devotion, and he knows your hidden sins. He knows your anxieties, and he knows your desires. He knows the things you've done. He knows what others have done to you. He knows you. He knows you better than you know yourself. Now, this might be a fearful prospect for you, but Jesus doesn't know you and despise you, and he isn't interested in condemning you for your sin. You can find out about that in John chapter 8, verses 1 to 11, and Romans chapter 8, verse 1. Jesus knows you and he loves you. Jesus knows you and calls you to follow him. In the book of Ephesians, we're told that God chose his people before the creation of the world. That's Ephesians chapter 1, verse 4. That means that before the universe even existed, we who put our trust in Jesus were known, loved, and chosen. Sometimes after we make friends with people and then realize after getting to know them, or sometimes we make friends with people and then realize after getting to know them, we don't actually like them very much. When we then try to figure out how to avoid them, sometimes people do the same to us. This is the wonderful thing about Jesus knowing us when he meets us. He isn't going to get to know us and then regret having us as his follower. There is no cooling off period with Jesus. He knows us, he loves us, he likes us, and he wants to be our friend. Jesus knows where you're going. Jesus doesn't just know who you are, he knows who you're going to become. Jesus knew ordinary Simon would become Peter the Rock. He knew he was going to be transformed. I don't want to give you any spoilers, but all the disciples were transformed. And the promise of the Bible is that all who put their trust in Jesus are changed. The Holy Spirit works in us, changing our character so that we might become more like Jesus. Paul, who himself was dramatically transformed, talks about this hope in his letter to the Philippians when he says he is confident that he who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. That's Philippians chapter 1, verse 6. Who you are now is not who you will always be. When Jesus chooses you to follow him, he does it knowing who you are and who you will become. Peter's transformation from Simon to Peter was not a straight climb from lowly fisherman to superhero apostle. As we're going to see, he had many difficulties along the way. But Jesus remained committed to him the whole time. You might look at yourself as someone at any moment in time and despair that you are not the person you want to be. But who you are is not who you will become. Jesus hasn't finished his work in you. He knows who you are, and he knows who you're becoming. He is committed to you the whole time. Jesus doesn't call the wrong people. As long as Jesus is with you, he's got an exciting journey ahead of you. He knows you. He's not done with you, not by a long shot. Hold on tight. It's going to be a wild ride. And that is the end of chapter 1. So now I'm going to eat more lunch, and you can just chat amongst yourselves. I used to do a live video during lockdown every day where I'd tell a joke, and I hoped that I would build up a great repertoire of jokes, but I don't remember any of them. No, that's not true. I don't remember many of them. But if you've got a favorite joke, you should stick it in the chat, and I'll find out about it one day when I can look at the chat. I apologize for my eating noises. Oh. My producer has a favorite joke. Whoop. I'll tell you it. Goes like this. Two muffins are in the oven baking. One muffin turns to the other and says, "It's hot in here." Or, "Gee, it's hot in here." The other muffin says, "Ah, a talking muffin." There you go. Yeah, she loves it. So good. I think you can find it in one of my books. I don't know which one. Maybe Weed Crude Funny Noob. Maybe Talk But Don't Suck. I'm not sure. Yeah, you should buy all of them and read and figure it out. Let me drink some Coke. Oh, this is pretty exciting television. You could probably, if you're watching, you could probably just go away for a little bit and then come back. And I mean, I'm going to be here a while, so. Here's another joke that I remember that I keep telling people. What did the police officer say to their tummy? "You're under a vest." Let me check if I've got any more information from. Whoop. Oh, I got a photo from my friend, my friend Robert Howie, who sent a photo of my belly to me. My good old lockdown belly. Yeah, it's true. But I'm not here to look good. I'm here to get a look red. I wonder if I should read and eat at the same time. That would speed things up. It'd be very annoying to listen to. Oh, this is relevant, this one. Let's try it. Chapter 2, Napping and Screaming. Jesus calms the storm. Mark chapter 4, verse 35 to 41. Once, a chicken almost killed me. See why it's relevant? Because I'm eating and this isn't how it's been. It's quite rare And I find myself in a life-threatening situation, but this one time, with this one chicken, it almost happened to me. I was eating dinner with my friend Howie. I cooked up an amazing feast of sweet and sour chicken. Howie, by the way, is the one who sent me a photo of myself looking a little bit fuller than I have previously. I had used my brilliant chef skills to follow all the instructions on the jar of sweet and sour sauce. We chatted as we ate, and Howie said something particularly funny. Usually, his jokes are not a problem. I just laugh and try to think of my own funny joke to prove that I'm as funny as him. But this time, when he told the joke, I had just put a piece of chicken in my mouth, and that was a problem. Oh, that's also a problem. Here's some science for you. When you laugh, you need to get air. And to get air, you suck it into your lungs through your nose or your mouth. When I needed to laugh, all my bodily functions performed as they should. I breathed in air in preparation to let out my raucous laughter, but as I breathed in air, I also breathed in chicken. One significantly large piece of chicken got stuck in my windpipe, which, in case you've never paid attention in science, is the wrong pipe for chicken. No one has ever successfully digested sweet and sour chicken in their lungs. Suddenly, the airflow of my lungs plummeted by 98.6%. Lights and warning sirens sounded in my brain's control room. I ran through the various ways to save myself from the killer chicken. I'd recently done first aid training, so I knew that the best thing to do with a choking person was to throw them over a chair and whack them on the back. I thought this through and realized I couldn't do this to myself. I also had no way to tell Howie to do it for me, because I had no air, thus no ability to speak. I raced to the kitchen sink, shoved my fingers down my throat, and tried to make myself vomit. I wasn't sure if this was the right thing to do, but I was pretty sure dying was the wrong thing to do. As I reached over the sink, it occurred to me that I might die. Right there in the kitchen, I could die of chicken. This is not how I wanted to go. I haven't yet decided my ideal death is, but I'm pretty sure that it doesn't involve sweet and sour chicken and one of Howie's jokes. Happily, I didn't die. My vomit induction skills worked. I spewed the killer chicken chunk into the sink. I sat back down at the table, limbs shaking, adrenaline pumping, happy to still be alive. I would live on to laugh at another joke. Now, now that I have my near-death experience, now that I have had my near-death experience, when I read the story of Jesus calming the storm, I like to think that I know something of the feeling of the disciples. Perhaps choking on chicken brings out a similar type of fear to being stuck in a boat in the middle of a deadly storm. However, what the disciples had, which I did not, was Jesus physically right there with them in the storm. All right, now I'm going to eat more food. This is not sweet and sour chicken, though. It's rice and tuna. Still, if you've been here from the very beginning, you'll be really invested in the saga of this rice and tuna. Remember, you can comment the stupidest thing you've ever done, and you can win a copy of this book. Maybe that exact copy right there. And you'll be like, I don't want that copy. It's been outside all day. Hmm. Where'd my coat go? There it is. But yes, comment. What's the time right now? Oh, it's 1 o'clock. We've been doing this for like an hour. We're only up to chapter 2. This is going to go very well because there's like 17 chapters in the book. Anyway, what that means is, seeing it's 1 o'clock, um, that means that we've got 1 hour until we have the first book to give away. And I think I've read 3 stories. There were some good ones, but we need more. If you really want to, support this endeavor of mine, then you should share this, and because everyone wants to see a middle-aged man sitting on his balcony eating some rice and tuna. It's everyone's favorite television. It's like, I'm so glad the pandemic is ending, so I don't have to watch this kind of entertainment. Well, the pandemic's not ending, let's be clear. Just we're getting let out of lockdown because we're getting vaccinated. So get vaccinated, everyone. It's a good idea. Bless you. Bless you. My assistant producer just sneezed. Very cute. Yeah. Yeah. Good sneezing. Yeah. Well done. Look, I'm almost done. Oh, not far to go, but a long way to go on that one. Might be here till midnight. I don't know if the technology is going to last that long. Mm. Hold on. My producer's talking to me. We have to pause the eating, but I can't hear what she said. What was that? The time I'm going to give up if I haven't reached the end. Like, I don't know, when everything falls apart, I'll give up, like when I'm dying or when, not actually dying. Well, I will if I'm actually dying, but like if my computer dies or um, I don't know if my voice dies or I haven't set a time to actually go back inside and give up on this because I'm doing something stupid to promote my book. I didn't know how many people are watching, but if there's like 2 people watching, this is quite an endeavor for the 2 of you. Whew. If you're having a terrible time, the audio book's going to be coming out at some point soon, and it's going to be a lot better than this. Oh, look, I finished. Woo! Whew. I'm sweating. No surprise there. Oh, no. Thank you. My producer just took my bowl away. Whew. All right. I'm going to have to take a break to visit the bathroom soon. You're like, Tom, you haven't even read 2 chapters. Okay. Oh, let's keep going. If you remember, I just did an illustration about how I almost died of chicken. So now we're doing what that illustration, why I said it. The disciples go sailing with Jesus. This story begins when Jesus and his disciples get in a boat. Jesus had been doing some teaching about what the kingdom of God is like, and at the end of the day, they all hopped in a boat to head off across the lake of Galilee. The same lake that Jesus met the disciples beside when he first called them to follow him. This lake preaches pretty regularly in the early stories of Jesus. There it is. So they headed out on the boat, and Mark chapter 4, verse 37 says, "A furious squall came up." Squall sounds to me like some sort of seagull. I get images of Jesus battling a giant angry seagull, which would be awesome, but alas, is not what squall means. A furious squall is a large storm. This squall caused caused so many waves to break over the boat that it was nearly swamped. Verse 37. The disciples freaked out, sure that they were going to die. This is significant because, if you remember, many of these guys were fishermen. They'd grown up on the lake. They would have been taught to fish there by their fathers, who were taught to fish that lake by their fathers before them. If sailing on the lake is in your blood, you know when to be afraid. Meanwhile, in the back of the boat, Jesus slept. Jesus had some next level napping skills. I like to nap as much as anyone. There is nothing more satisfying than a Sunday afternoon sleep. But if I even hear my phone vibrate, I'm awake. The nap is done. My wife, however, is a much more skilled napper. I can be watching TV or crashing about in the kitchen, and her nap continues unabated. The other day, she napped through our fire alarms that blared at us, and a stern man over the loudspeaker commanded, "This is an emergency. Evacuate now." One day, I might try to take her out on a boat while she's napping, but I doubt that even she would be able to sleep through the storm that Jesus slept through. Was a particularly powerful nautical nap. Why was Jesus able to do this? I suspect a day of preaching to thousands of people wears a guy out. I get tired just trying to dictate text messages to my phone. But to sleep through a storm that had seasoned fishermen crying out in fear, that required something else. Jesus' ability to sleep through the storm probably stemmed not just from tiredness, but also from his trust in his Father. He knew that God the Father would never let him face anything which was beyond his care and control. The storm may have looked scary, but he was in a boat on his Father's lake and in his Father's storm. He could sleep easy. My little sister has an intellectual disability. Among other things, it means that she perceives the world differently. One time, she was on a flight from Sydney to Melbourne that encountered severe turbulence. I wasn't there, but I have been told that a lot of the passengers were pretty scared, crying out in fear whenever they experienced a big bump or drop. My sister, on the other hand, loved it. She thought it was an excellent ride. She laughed loudly as the plane bounced its way along, and as it turns out, her enjoyment of the flight helped calm the other passengers down. It was harder to be afraid when the young woman with Down syndrome across the aisle from you is laughing with joy at the sheer fun of a bouncy flight. As well as thinking it was loads of fun, she had complete trust in the people caring for her, which meant that she wasn't afraid in the slightest. And she was completely right not to be afraid, because while she does not understand air crash statistics, and despite how others felt in that situation, they were in much less danger on a bumpy plane than in the car on the way to the airport to catch their flight. What the situation looked like and the reality of the situation were two different things. They didn't need to be afraid. In the storm on the lake, the disciples could have taken a page out of Jesus' book. Like the passengers on the plane who took comfort in my sister's joy, they could have looked at Jesus, calmly asleep, and realized, if Jesus isn't worried, well, we don't need to worry. But instead, they thought that they knew better than Jesus, and that woke him up. I'm unsure what outcome they looked for. I doubt they'd even hoped that he'd calm the storm. Jesus hadn't given any indication that he possessed that kind of power yet. Perhaps they were only hoping that he'd panic with them. They woke him up and said, "Teacher, don't you care if we drown?" Verse 38. They came to the right guy, because instead of getting grumpy that he was woken up by some panicked fisherman and at least one tax collector, he got up and rebuked the wind and the waves, telling them, "Quiet, be still." Verse 39. And everything became calm. Can you imagine being one of Jesus' disciples at that moment? They knew Jesus was impressive, but there he was, speaking to the storm, and it became still. In my job, I spend a lot of time speaking to groups of teenagers, but when I try to calm them down, it can sometimes be very difficult. And teenagers have ears and the ability to stop talking and pay attention if they want to. I don't know if you're aware of this, but storms have no ability to listen to anyone, nor to make decisions about whether they storm or not. Storms just squall around, oblivious to the fact that they even exist, let alone being able to hear from a dude yelling at them to calm down. The weather is uncontrollable, yet there was a man who could control it. Jesus then turned to his disciples and said, "Why are you so afraid? Do you still have no faith?" What kind of question was that? I reckon if I were a disciple, if I wasn't completely stunned by what had just happened, I would have wanted to shout at Jesus, "Because we were going to die." Being afraid in a situation like that seems entirely rational. In a fight between a carpenter turned traveling preacher healer and a storm, my money is going to be on the storm every time. Jesus' questions to the disciples weren't saying, "Why were you so afraid? Of course I was going to calm the storm." Jesus makes no storm quelling promises. Instead, he tells them that they didn't need to be panicked because of his identity. That's why he asked, "Do you still have no faith?" By this stage, he expected them to have learned something more about who he was. They weren't hanging out with just anyone. They were following the Son of Man. John the Baptist's teaching about Jesus, when the disciples first met Jesus, made Jesus' identity clear, but the disciples hadn't figured it out. Jesus, in his healing miracles, which we haven't talked about, but you can find some of them in the first 4 chapters of Mark, particularly see Mark chapter 2, verses 1 to 12, made clear who he was, but the disciples hadn't understood. But even if they hadn't figured out that Jesus was more than just some bloke who told good stories, who could heal, they at least might have taken a cue from Jesus as he slept. If Jesus is asleep while you're panicking, then one of you has the wrong response to the situation. If Jesus could trust his Father, then his disciples could too. Despite all this, the disciples didn't understand. Rather than being comforted by the presence of Jesus, they were scared. They were terrified and asked each other, "Who is this? Even the wind and the waves obey him." Once again, this seems like a perfectly reasonable response. If you had a friend from school and you found out they had built a nuclear missile in their back shed, you might be terrified. Even if you thought your friend was perfectly lovely, being around someone with that kind of power can make you wee your pants a little. So the disciples discovered their mate had the power to control the weather. So the disciples, discovering their mate had the power to control the weather, had would make them concerned in case he ever turned that power on them. They had seen his power, but they hadn't understood his heart. Until they truly understood his love for them, they wouldn't understand that they didn't need to be afraid. Don't you care? My guess is that you may see a little of yourself in the question the disciples asked. "Teacher, don't you care if we drown?" How often do we ask Jesus the question, "Don't you care?" There can be times when we're facing all sorts of difficulties and Jesus seems asleep, like he has no interest in our situation. For you, it could be when your parents are fighting or someone you love is sick, or perhaps you're wrestling with mental illness or you're being bullied at school. When God doesn't intervene to fix your problems, you can feel like you've been abandoned and like Jesus is asleep. But what was Jesus' response to the disciples? He calmed the storm, then asked them, "Why are you so afraid? Do you still have no faith?" He didn't promise that he would save them from every storm. They weren't meant to be unafraid because Jesus would always save them. Instead, they didn't need to be afraid because they were with Jesus. With Jesus, they were under his care. If Jesus sleeping in the back of the boat wasn't a sign that remaining calm was a totally valid option, then I don't know what is. Just as Jesus was able to trust his Father's care, they too could trust Jesus. When they were with Jesus, they didn't need to be afraid. Jesus never promises to save us from the storms we face, but if he's with us, it can totally change how we experience them. Parties and storms. I don't like going to parties. I'm just too awkward. I'm terrible at making conversation, and I never know how to start new ones. I'll be talking to someone, and then the conversation will die, while frantically trying to think of something to say to resuscitate our discussion, my conversational partner will say that they're going to get a drink, and then they never come back. Suddenly, I'm all alone. When this happens, I'll look around at the party and will rarely find someone new to talk to. Every group of people looks too difficult to just slide into. So I pull out my phone and pretend to send a message to someone. If people see me by myself, at least they'll see me sending a message, and even if I'm no longer, well, at least they'll see me sending a message and know that even if I'm alone at the party, I have someone somewhere who I can message. I spent most of my life till my early 30s as a single man, but when I got a girlfriend, many things changed. One thing that changed dramatically was parties. Soon after we started dating, my girlfriend, Emily, who is now my wife, asked me to go with her to her friend's mum's 50th. That sounded terrible, and I definitely didn't want to go to some stranger's 50th. Whoops, that sounded terrible. I didn't know her friend, I didn't know her friend's mum, and I definitely didn't want to go to some stranger's 50th. But still, I said I'd go because new love compelled me, and I wanted to do the right thing. When I was at when we were at the party, I realized everything was different because it wasn't that terrible. It wasn't the frightening, terrible experience that I was used to. When the conversation died, Emily would think of something to say. When someone disappeared to get a drink, Emily would be right there with me. If everyone left, Emily was still there. The party became so much better because I had Emily by my side. She didn't save me from the party. In fact, she took me to the party. But she transformed how I experienced the party because she was there with me. And that is what it's like with Jesus. When we are going through life storms, we still have to go through them, but having Jesus with us can transform how we experience them. Knowing we're not alone and that Jesus isn't going to let anything happen to you that is beyond his control can change everything. It can give you the courage to go on, knowing Jesus is by your side. It can give you the strength to love, knowing that Jesus won't abandon you. If Jesus is with you, you don't need to be afraid. The greatest storm. All this may be true, but when we face the storms of life, we still find ourselves asking Jesus the same question as the disciples. Don't you care? If Jesus cared, wouldn't he save them from storms? At least the biggest, most painful storms? Jesus once faced a storm greater than any of his disciples had ever faced. As he prepared himself to go to the cross and die, he spent time in prayer. When Jesus prayed, he knew his death was at hand and that he would experience unimaginable physical and spiritual pain. Yet he didn't shrink away. He prayed, Abba, Father, everything is possible for you. Take this cup from me, yet not what I will, but what you will. That's Mark chapter 14, verse 36. Jesus, in the midst of his storm, entrusted himself to his Father, trusting his Father's will over his own. Then Jesus went to the cross, allowing himself to be killed, dying on your behalf and mine. He experienced the death that we deserve so that we might find forgiveness and life. His death as the Son of God secured for us the right to become daughters and sons of God. So does he care? Yes, yes, yes. By caring for us and saving us from the things that are painful are not the same. The promise of Jesus is not that he will save us from everything bad, but that he will always be with us. Matthew chapter 28, verse 20. It's the presence of Jesus and the knowledge that he loves us that transforms how we experience the storms we face in our lives. The disciples needed to know that they were not alone. They could trust Jesus as he trusted his Father. As you confront your storms, know that you are not alone. Know that Jesus has not and will not abandon you. If Jesus is with you, you can face any storm. And that is the end of chapter 2. And it's now 1:25. So we have 35 minutes before we have to give away another book. I'm wondering if we have any other funny stories that come through. No. How many people are watching currently, if I can just ask? Oh, 4. There's 4 all up? Oh, 3 on Facebook and 4 on YouTube. 7 all up. 7? That's the holy number. You should all just stay there and no one else should join us and it'll be perfect. Lovely. Oh, no, we want more than that. We want 12? 77. 70 times 7. 70 times 7. We need 490 people watching. That's a good idea. plenty of space for growth. While I'm here discussing with my producer, are you able to share this on my personal Facebook page? Yeah, because I've got a lot more friends than I have followers on my Facebook page. But if you want to go follow me on Facebook, then you should do that. Go to facebook.com/twfrench. Or if you want to subscribe to me on YouTube, you should definitely do that because I upload videos every week, or sometimes every month, or sometimes every 6 months. It's just whenever I get around to it. At the moment, it's every like 2 weeks, and then today. So that's exciting. What? Oh, my wife shared a photo of me as a as a as a what a Willy Wagtail as Willy Man. Yeah, that was good. Thanks, wife producer. All right, should we keep going? Let's keep going. Here we go. We should have a drink before we, so that we don't. At some point, I'm going to need a bathroom break, but not yet. But I can feel it coming. Maybe it'll happen just before or after we give away the next book. Remember to be commenting the stupidest thing you've ever done. Woo! Ugh. Okay. Chapter 3. Hungry people are the worst. Jesus feeds the 5,000 on Mark chapter 6, verses 30 to 44. I was about 10 years old when my church held a combined camp with a church down the road. During the camp, they had a secret angel program where each person received the name of someone else on camp for whom they were secretly to do things. We were encouraged to take their plates to the kitchen after a meal when they weren't looking, or write encouraging notes and hide them where they'd find them, or send someone else to give them a massage on our behalf, which in retrospect seems a little creepy. The person I was to be an angel for was a leader from the other church. It took me a while to figure out who he was, but when I did, I started racking my brains to think of something that I might be able to do for him that would be secret angel worthy. But try as I might, I couldn't come up with anything. That is, until the last night. On the last night, we had a messy games night. We played games that involved us shoving our faces into bowls of flour to find chocolate, or playing catch with eggs, or trying to find marbles in buckets full of cold spaghetti with our feet. If you've ever been to youth group, there is a good chance that you've experienced one of these events. Well, that night, my team won, and we all received a prize. This was a particularly big deal because I have the hand-eye coordination of a shovel, so I never win prizes for anything involving any kind of physical activity. Any kind of physical activity. Oh, thanks, Coke. You can imagine my excitement at winning a prize then. To top it off, the prize was a Mars bar. This was a luxury that I rarely got to enjoy. This is when it struck me. This was my chance to do something that, as a secret angel, I could give the guy my Mars bar. It was a splendid idea, but I really loved Mars bars. I couldn't have my Mars bar and eat it too, or could I? What if I only ate some of the Mars bar? Then I would be able to give him the other half. I'd enjoy the delight of the caramelly, chocolatey goodness, and so would he. And that's what I resolved to do. I ate half the Mars bar, then snuck into the guy's room and left the other half on his pillow. I'm sure that when he walked in and laid his eyes on the half-eaten Mars bar, he said to himself, "Oh, wow, I've been visited by an angel." And as he enjoyed 50% of my hard-earned Mars bar, he rested in the knowledge that someone was looking out for him. I suspect this story says a lot more about the character of 10-year-old me. Sorry, it says quite a lot about the character of 10-year-old me, which probably still exists in much older me. I am a stingy guy. These days, I don't give people half-eaten chocolate bars, but I suspect when people talk about me behind my back, they don't say, "My goodness, Tom is such a generous guy." I'm generous in the good Christian way of offering the last hot chip to everyone, but only because I want them to refuse out of politeness so I can take it for myself. If I invite people over for dinner, they'll get fed, but there isn't any kind of abundant feast, like what happens when my wife cooks. I'm as stingy as politeness allows. In my heart, I'm still the kid who wants to eat the entire Mars bar himself. In my actions, I'm still giving away half the Mars bar because I feel the social pressure to do so. Then I read this story of the disciples and I feel a little better, because my stinginess seems to be very similar to the kind of stinginess a very similar kind of stinginess to that of the disciples. They're very reasonable. They don't do anything really inane, but they do try to set some boundaries. Jesus, however, is the unreasonable one. He displays exactly the character trait that is going to get him killed one day. The hungry crowd. The story begins after the disciples were sent out in pairs by Jesus on a training mission. As they went out, they preached that people should repent. They drove out many demons and anointed with oil many people who were ill and healed them. That's Mark chapter 6, verses 12 to 13. When they got back, they had some impressive stories, and all gathered around Jesus to tell their tales of demon battles and miraculous healings. But the disciples' mission trips had done nothing to dull the public's excitement about Jesus. So many people kept coming and going, verse 31, presumably to get healed or get a blessing from Jesus, that the disciples didn't even have time to eat. Because of this, Jesus decided that he should find a quiet place to rest. Retreat time with Jesus. Finally, the disciples would be able to eat, have a rest, and tell Jesus all about the ministry tour. They left by boat across the Sea of Galilee to a deserted place. Unfortunately, the crowds got wind of them leaving and ran around the lake to get there before them. The deserted place wasn't so deserted anymore. Mark doesn't tell us what was in the hearts of the disciples, but I can imagine when the boat pulled up and they saw all those people there, their hearts sank. The disciples were meant to be having a relaxing retreat alone with Jesus, but instead, there were crowds of people who just wanted more from them. Couldn't they just rest? What did Jesus do? Did he send them away? Did he say, "Sorry, folks, we're not doing any healings today. We're having a day off"? I'm sure that's what the disciples were hoping for, and it would have been an entirely reasonable thing to do. But Jesus saw the people were like sheep without a shepherd, and he had compassion on the crowds and began to teach them. Imagine how frustrated the disciples may have been with Jesus. This was meant to be their downtime, and yet Jesus decided to do more ministry. Why wouldn't Jesus think of his disciples? This was the first indication of Jesus' unreasonable generosity. He was giving himself to the crowds from the depths of his compassion, when any reasonable person would just turn the crowds away in favor of getting some rest. But not Jesus. That's not how Jesus rolls. As evening approached, the disciples went up to Jesus and said to him, "This is a remote place, and it's already very late. Send the people away so that they can get to the surrounding countryside and villages and buy themselves something to eat." That's verses 35 to 36. I don't know exactly what the disciples were thinking. Perhaps they were concerned for the welfare of the crowds, or perhaps they had come up with an ingenious plan to get rid of them. If Jesus could not get rid of them on his own, they could use reason and logic to convince him to do it. They could point out to Jesus the obvious problem that there was no food, forcing him to send them home, and then the disciples could get their well-deserved rest. However, if this was a ploy to get rid of the crowds, Jesus saw through it easily and said to the disciples, "You give them something to eat." Verse 37. Hold on, what? The disciples were aghast. How the heck were they meant to feed all those people? We are told that at the end of the story that there were 5,000 men present, not to mention their wives, their kids' friends who they brought along with them. The disciples, understandably shocked, informed Jesus that his plan was completely out of the question. That would take more than half a year's wages. Are we to go and spend that much on bread and give it to them to eat? Their plan had well and truly backfired. This book may be about many of the stupid things the disciples did, but see how sensible the disciples are here? In this case, their reaction seems totally rational. They came to Jesus with a very reasonable problem. Loads of people need food, and he proposed a very unreasonable solution for them. You feed them. It seemed as if Jesus thought they were walking around with the equivalent of $40,000 in their man bags. Plus, where would they find the infrastructure to feed that many people? I have turned up to Macca's with 50 teenagers, and it has totally freaked the staff out. Whew. Imagine turning up with 100 times that many people. The Macca's employees would just quit. Now imagine that you're in the middle of nowhere with no money, no food, no shops, and no way of making food, and Jesus just casually tells you to feed 20,000 people. Talk about unreasonable expectations. Unfortunately for the disciples, they had just been on mission for Jesus, where they had been sent out with nothing for the journey except a staff, no bread, no bag, no money in their belts. Mark chapter 6, verse 8. While on mission for Jesus, they had seen God provide and work miracles through them. In telling the disciples to feed the crowd, Jesus was asking them to continue in the same power that they had when they were on mission for Him. Feeding thousands of people when you're on mission for Jesus is not out of the question. But alas, the disciples had not absorbed the lessons of God's miraculous power that they should have learned while on mission for the kingdom. So Jesus would have to do the miracle Himself. Jesus sent the disciples away to find out how much food was available. And among them, they rustled together 5 loaves and 2 fish. Not a feast by anyone's standards. Jesus had everyone sit down in groups of hundreds and fifties, which, incidentally, is the same way that I organize cash in my wallet. Reminiscent of the way Moses organized Israel into groups when he was its leader, Exodus chapter 18, verses 24 to 26. He then took the food. How would you have felt if you knew that that was all the food that you had? I can imagine the disciples looked longingly at the food Jesus took as Jesus took it off them. But Jesus gave thanks to His Father in heaven and gave the food back to the disciples to distribute. As they did this, a miracle happened. 5 loaves and 2 fish became 10 loaves and 4 fish, which became 20 loaves and 8 fish, which became 40 loaves and 16 fish, and on until everyone had eaten and was satisfied. When the disciples picked up the loaves, there were 12 basketfuls left over, which I don't need to tell you is a lot more food than they started with. A stingy God. This is an amazing story. But do you see what I mean when I say the disciples behaved completely rationally? No one would have expected that a small personal picnic would feed the population of a reasonably sized country town. When Jesus asked the disciples to feed the crowd, it was an entirely unreasonable task for them to achieve on their own. Jesus might have just as easily invited them to go to the moon, but Jesus knew his request of the disciples was unreasonable. He's not stupid. He didn't seriously think that they would be able to feed all those people on their own. He could have taken the disciples up on their suggestion to send the crowd away, but Jesus had the miraculous feeding in his mind all along. He created the crisis so that he could create the solution too. Jesus didn't make the crowd hungry, but he used the fact of their hunger as an opportunity to show the disciples a little more of who he was. Chances are, outside of the disciples, none of the people who ate that day were aware that they were eating miraculous bread. I imagine it didn't glow or contain pop rocks, which probably would have counted as miraculous in ancient Israel. Jesus wanted to show the disciples something important about himself. If you've heard many Bible stories before, you may know that there are other miraculous feedings recorded in the Bible. When God's people were wandering around in the wilderness on their way to the promised land, God provided food from heaven so that they wouldn't starve out in those deserted places. And the prophet Elisha once did a miracle very similar to Jesus, except he only fed 100 people with 20 loaves. That's 2 Kings chapter 4, verses 22 to 44. Jesus was teaching the disciples something about himself. Just as God miraculously fed people through the prophets, here was Jesus feeding people in the wilderness. He was letting the disciples in on his true identity. Greater than Moses, greater than the prophets, Jesus is the God who provides. And he provided abundantly. He is a generous God who gives more than enough. He gives, and there is more left over to give. How does this change your view of God? I'm not sure what you think of God, but I know I rarely think of him as being generous. I can easily feel like God is stingy. When I'm not writing books, choking on chicken, or being stingy with Mars bars, I spend a lot of time on YouTube. I don't watch the cool YouTubers. I watch a lot of nerdy plane videos. The ones I like most are the YouTube reviews of first-class flights. I live vicariously through these men, they're almost always men, as they get to sleep on luxurious beds in the sky, have flight attendants at their beck and call, eat the nicest food, and drink the fanciest drinks. It looks like an amazing, extravagant adventure that I doubt I'll ever experience. When I fly, I need to fly what I can afford, and at times that means flying with the super cheap airlines who are the exact opposite of what I see on those videos. When you book, they try and squeeze every dollar out of you that they can. Your seat might be $50, But if you want bags or a window seat or to sit with your friend or to be guaranteed a spot on the plane and not on their premium plane replacement bus service, you are required to pay extra. Then, once it's time to fly, because they want to save as much money as possible, check-in at the airport is terrible. Instead of an easy check-in with friendly flight attendants, you're jammed in a check-in hall with hundreds of other grumpy people being yelled at by airline staff. The whole process takes so long that you find yourself running to your gate to catch your plane, only to discover that the plane is late. So you're stuck squeezed into the gate with the same grumpy people that you checked in with. Before you get on the plane, they weigh your hand luggage so they can charge you more than the price of your plane ticket if you have an extra kilo of stuff on the if you want an extra kilo of stuff on the plane, and they know they're going to get the money there because nobody wanted to pay the extra money for baggage when they booked their ticket in the first place. Then you get on the plane and your seats are missing all reasonable legroom. The airline doesn't give you any food, but you can buy a depressed sandwich and a miniature juice for $16. Don't even think about asking the flight attendant for anything unless you're willing to pay for it. By the time you get on the plane, you vow never to fly with them again, until, of course, you get lured by the same cheap fare, and it all starts again. Sometimes God seems a lot like a low-cost airline, never wanting to give you any more than he can get away with. And if you want something good from God, it'll cost you. It'll cost you in prayer, in obedience, in happiness, or comfort. Or maybe, even if you pray and do the right thing, God isn't going to give you what you want anyway. But this isn't the picture of God that we witness in this story. Here, Jesus shows us the character of God as a giver. When Jesus saw the crowds, he didn't turn them away. He was generous with his emotions, feeling compassion for them. He was generous with his time as he taught the crowds. And then he went over and above in his generosity as he gave them more than enough to feed the thousands who were in need before him. Jesus was showing us God's true heart. And this wasn't a one-off event. This was what we observe of God again and again and again. Ultimately, we see it when Jesus gave his life at the cross so that we might receive eternal life. This is radical generosity. Jesus gave all of himself for us. What this means is that whatever views that we hold, a stingy God doesn't stack up against the evidence. A God who died for us is not a God who will refuse us anything we need. As Romans chapter 8 verse 32 says, he who did not spare his own son but gave him up for us all, how will he not also along with him graciously give us all things? But what about the fact that I prayed and prayed, but God didn't answer? You might be asking. If God is generous, why doesn't he give us what we want? I'm guessing that if you've heard any teaching on this, then you know the generic answer. If a kid asks for lollies every day, a good parent isn't going to give it to them. The reason you've probably heard it before is because it's true. Love means sometimes not giving the person what they want. I'm very thankful that God hasn't given me everything that I asked for. I haven't married every person who I've prayed to marry. I haven't got the successful but hollow careers that I've asked for. I haven't made the millions of dollars that I've hinted to God that he should give me. If God answered all my selfish prayers, he wouldn't be a loving, fatherly God, but my slave. And I need God and not a slave. You could come back at me with, yes, but not every prayer is selfish. What about healing people or people coming to faith in Jesus? Why won't a generous God answer those? To be honest with you, I'm not sure why God doesn't answer the seemingly good prayers. There are some requests that seem like bread and fish to a starving person, and still God seems not to answer them. And while I could hazard a guess, I do not know the mind of God, and I do not get to sit in on God's deliberations, so I should not attempt to explain what I do not understand. But what can we be sure about? We know that God is generous. Jesus wouldn't die for rebels like us if he was not entirely committed to us. So the way God answers your prayers cannot come from a place of indifference or malice. His answer, however perplexing, has come from the man who had compassion on the crowds, but who also used the hunger of the crowds to teach something significant to his disciples. Who knows what crises Jesus has allowed or will use so that we might one day realize that we have witnessed the miracle of Jesus' abundant compassion. When we appreciate God's character, we can trust his actions. Finally, remember how the crowds ate and were satisfied without even knowing how their needs were being miraculously met? I would suggest that while we're often focused on our seemingly unanswered prayers, Jesus is miraculously meeting needs that we are unaware of. Perhaps the unanswered prayer is meeting a need that we cannot yet understand. God's action may be perplexing, but when you recognize his true character in Jesus, it is clear that he is far from stingy. The headquarters of all provision. Now, if we come back to the disciples, remember how Jesus asked them to feed the crowd? Jesus' identity as a generous God changes how we understand the request. The disciples would never have been able to feed all these people. These guys couldn't afford to be generous because they had very limited resources with which to meet an almost unlimited need. And Jesus created the crisis by asking the disciples to feed the crowd, not to scold them for not having the ability to feed thousands, but to highlight for them that their provision didn't need to come from themselves. If you have ever felt the pressure of Jesus' expectations, reasonable or not, this is important to hear. If you've ever identified with the disciples' ploy to get rid of the crowds, if only to be able to rest, then this story has something for you. How much pressure do you feel to live up to the life that Jesus calls you to be kind and loving, to be gentle and honest, to serve and to give, to be generous and hopeful, to tell people the good news of Jesus, to do extraordinary things to change the world? The pressure can seem unreasonable and unbearable. You can't be the person you're not meant you can't be the person you're meant to be. Send the people away. Leave me alone. I am not qualified for this. Some people respond to this pressure by working harder and harder, by doing everything they can to meet the demands themselves. Others look at the demands and either put in only a half-hearted effort or don't bother at all. But neither of these options work, and both of them miss the point of what Jesus was trying to teach his disciples. Jesus didn't expect the disciples to feed all those people on their own. He didn't expect you to achieve all the things that he asks of you either. But if Jesus is the one who is doing the providing, if he is empowering you to live for him, then you have infinite resources and you can afford to be generous, to take risks, and to rely on Jesus to provide what you need. I'm a simple man of simple loves. My tastes are not expensive, except if I get to fly first class one day, and that may all change. Luxury for me is movies, potatoes, food court, and Coca-Cola. I am well known for my love of Coca-Cola, which reminds me that I have some here. I might drink some. Whew. Hello, assistant producer. Hello. She's chewing on some cucumber, in case you're wondering. All right, let's keep going. Oh, okay. I'm well known for my love of Coca-Cola. Growing up, I was never allowed to drink Coke, which meant that it was a scarce resource in my house. I had to drink all my Coke at parties or my grandparents' place. Anywhere I found Coke, I would drink it. Now that I'm older and can buy myself Coke whenever I want, I still treat it like it's a scarce resource. There is never quite enough Coke. My wife likes to steal my Coke. When we go to McDonald's, she will get a medium Coke and I'll get a large. She'll finish her drink, then drink some of mine. I pretend I don't mind because she's my wife, but still I'm upset because Coke is a scarce resource. I'll say, "Why don't you just get a large?" To which she'll respond, "I didn't want a large, I wanted a medium and 2 sips of yours." There's part of my Coke. There was one day when Coke was not a scarce commodity in my life. It was when I visited my friend who worked at Australia's Coca-Cola headquarters, Coca-Cola's Australian headquarters. He took me on a tour of the office, and there were Coke fridges everywhere. If you wanted a Coke, you were able to just grab one. As much Coke as you wanted, whenever you wanted. What a place to work! I've worked for a lot of churches, and all you get are free Bibles and leftover morning tea. My friend asked me if I wanted a Coke. He wasn't stingy. He didn't need to be. He offered to give me multiple Cokes. He'd give me as many as I wanted because he had a virtually unlimited supply. In the end, I took just one bottle and then we headed off to lunch. I didn't want to be greedy. I didn't want to be the guy that walked out with 20 bottles of Coke. But if I wanted it, I could have had it. Jesus is in the headquarters of all provision. Anything and everything you need is his, which means you have the chance for radical generosity. You don't need to be stingy with your time, your money, your energy, or your resources. You don't have to wonder how you will be faithful to Jesus. Jesus can take whatever resources you have and make them enough because it's not about what you have, but about what he has. Excuse me. This doesn't mean that you shouldn't spend time to retreat, rest, and renew. as Jesus was taking his disciples to do in the story. Sabbath and rest are big parts of God's desire for his people. What it means is that you aren't required to find the resources within yourself to meet the challenges Jesus places before you, whether they be loving your family, being patient with your friends, sharing the good news with others, embarking on some new ministry, or resisting sin. Jesus has everything you need and more. Wouldn't it be amazing if, as disciples of Jesus, we were known for our generosity, not just with our money and possessions, but with our time, our friendships, our words, our energy, our communities, ourselves. Too often we behave like the disciples, thinking we have only a finite supply of resources that we must protect. We look for excuses to turn people away, not out of malice, but believing we not out of malice, but believing we don't have what it takes. But God is not stingy. We have a God who gave himself, all of himself, in a very unreasonable act of self-sacrifice, so that we might receive every spiritual blessing in him. If he has called you to follow him, he'll give you all you need and more to see it through. And that is the end of chapter 3. And we are 70 pages in. There's not much to go. No worries. We'll be there in no time. All right, where are we up to with time? Oh, we've got 8 minutes till we have to give things away. Okay, here we are. We have another comment. Here's from someone called Parcel Post. They said this. John put his wet socks on his shoulder as a way of carrying them to the dirty clothes basket, but then forgot and went out for a few hours visiting, doing maintenance at a stranger's house. The stranger was present, heading for a coffee shop before realizing they were still there. So John, who it turns out is my father, put socks on his shoulder and then went out to visit a person and went to a coffee shop with his socks on his shoulder the whole time. Thanks, Parcel Post. Oh, here's another one from Parcel Post. This is one from her. She said, I paid about $300 to Viagogo for 3 tickets to an A-League Central Coast Mariners game before realizing that I could get them through Ticketek or at the gate for $60 total. Worse still, the game was rescheduled, surprise, surprise, and funnily enough, no one wanted to buy my tickets, now only quoted in euros. Thanks, Parcel Post. That was good too. All right. Well, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to take a quick break and visit the bathroom. So while that is happening, we'll just let some more comments come in, because I know that there's probably about 1,000 of you now watching this live stream, because it's gone viral and everyone's like, wow, you got to see this guy. He's just reading a book on a chair on his balcony. It's amazing. Yeah, but before we get there, I just have to change the screen. So if my producer could just open up the program that we are streaming with quickly. I just need the program open. Can you open the streaming program? Yeah, that one. There we go. Now I can press my special buttons and go visit the bathroom, and then I'll come back and we'll announce the first winner of the book. Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to the live reading of A Dozen Disappointing Disciples with the author, Tom French. My name is Tom French, and I'm the author. I'm doing a live reading of A Dozen Disappointing Disciples with the author, Tom French. I'm doing it okay, great. Now, before we get going, it's now past 2 p.m., which means we need to give away our first free copy of A Dozen Disappointing Disciples. I'll even sign it for you if you want. So I've read everyone's funny stories so far. I took some time to visit the bathroom, so I'm now free of that Coke that I just drank, or most of it, and it's going very well. Life is going very well. Now let me announce the first winner, who actually I want to read their story out, so I'll need my phone, but just my social media manager is just doing things. So the first story that wins, and remember to share your stupid stories, the stupidest thing you've ever done, for you to win a copy. You can win it at 4 p.m. is the next one. Oof, that's a very loud bike. 4 p.m. is the next one, then 5 p.m. and then one right at the very end, which at this rate will be at about 1 a.m. tonight. Oh, excuse me. And the winner of the first winner of the book is Robbie Hayes, coming to us live all the way from Blacktown. And he said that the stupidest thing I've ever done was forgetting to take my pajamas off before putting my school uniform on. It was a super hot day, and I couldn't take my jacket off. So there you go, Robbie Hayes. You have won yourself a free copy of A Dozen Disappointing Disciples. If you're still watching, all the way from Blacktown, then send us a message, either via, you can find us, but go, wherever you're watching, you're on Facebook, then message us on Facebook, message me, Tom French, and send us your address, and we'll send it to you. You can just send a postal address, or, if you're scared that I'm a worrying person, you don't want to give me your address, then I'll send it to send it to just a random place in Blacktown, and you can go pick it up if you want. All right, we should get on with this because it's 2 p.m. and we are only up to chapter 4, I think. Yes, we are. So let's keep going. Isn't this fun? Remember to share this with all your friends for no reason except that it, is good for me. And I'm trying to sell a lot of books. Oh, yeah, you can buy the books. Go to tomfrench.com/disciples to buy a copy of this. Or you can go find it on Amazon, or you can find it at Kurong, the Wandering Bookseller, or all the good bookstores. It's now available to be bought. You should go get it done. All right, there we go. Let's get reading chapter 4. Peter sinks. Jesus and Peter walk on water. Matthew chapter 14, verses 22 to 34. The sun was shining. People all around me were screaming. I was 9 stories above the ground, hanging on for dear life, and the thought occurred to me, I did not think this through. Before you get too distressed on my behalf, I was at Dreamworld, a theme park on Australia's Gold Coast, and 9 stories above the ground was where I intended to be. Sort of. I had gone to the theme park with a friend, full of excitement. Yeah, I had not been to a theme park as a full-grown adult before. The last time I had been to one, I was 14 years old and scared of half the rides. This time, I was determined that I would not be afraid. I would throw myself into everything. I was an adult. I could drive a car, pay taxes, and have boring conversations about politics. I would not be scared of some perfectly safe ride. So I decided that day that I would ride everything and anything. I'm just gonna hand that on to my social media manager. As we entered the park, the first ride that we encountered was innocently named the Claw. The ride had a circle of outward-facing seats attached to a swinging pendulum arm. The seats would rotate slowly while the arm swung from side to side. On first inspection, it looked somewhat like a swinging merry-go-round that you might find in a children's park. A nice, gentle way to ease ourselves into a day of rides. Turns out the ride was not gentle or nice. The ride swings you at speeds of up to 75 kilometers per hour, while your seats spin like some kind of deranged carousel. As we flew up towards the sky, 27 meters into the air, I felt my kidneys trailing a few seconds behind. Then, just as we caught up, while hanging upside down at the zenith of the upswing, we went hurtling back towards the earth. this time with my stomach and intestines trying to exit via my throat. This was not how I thought it would be. I held on for dear life, wondering what I'd gotten into. I'd saying to myself, I did not think this through. The claw taught me that despite my initial bravado, I was not as brave or as capable as I thought. That day, even the Kung Fu Panda ride scared me a little bit. I needed to do a better job of thinking things through. Water walking. I wonder if my encounter with the claw reminds you of times in your life when you found yourself in a situation when the thought running through your mind was, I did not think this through. It's that feeling you had as a kid when you managed to get your head stuck in a chair, or when you were a bit older and you started dating someone because they liked you, only to discover that they were the kind of person who collects your toenail clippings as mementos of your love. You didn't think things through. I suspect Peter had a similar thought when he found himself standing on the sea while the water churned beneath his feet and the wind billowed around his body. Humans are not meant to have the ability to stand on water. What had he got himself into? He didn't think it through. How did Peter get there? That's the story we're here for, isn't it? After Jesus' amazing feeding of 20,000-ish people, he sent his disciples away in a boat on the lake. Well, he climbed up on a mountainside to pray. Matthew chapter 14, verses 22 to 23. When the disciples made slow progress, as they headed towards the water, because the wind was against them. But the disciples made slow progress as they headed across the water because the wind was against them. In fact, they took almost the entire night to travel a few measly kilometers. The disciples probably regretted getting into that boat. They could have stayed on shore, set up camp, and had a lovely meal of leftover multiplied bread. But there they were in the boat, straining against the oars for hours in the cold, dark night. They were doing exactly what Jesus had asked of them, and it was no fun at all. I bet some of them wished that they'd thought things through a little more. Sometimes obeying Jesus gets you into tough situations. Often the easiest option is to do whatever you want, because what is right and what is easy are rarely the same thing. This is worth remembering. Sometimes merely because something is hard, we think it's wrong. We're tempted to give up because it's all too much. But don't let how you feel about something trick you into believing that's the truth of the matter. Despite how it may have felt to the disciples, they were exactly where Jesus wanted them to be. And no matter how you're feeling or how hard things are, if you're obeying Jesus, you're exactly where you should be. Why did Jesus want them there? He had some plans up his sleeve. See what happens next. Shortly before dawn, Jesus went out to them walking on the lake, verse 25. Now, if you've grown up in church, or you're very familiar with the stories in the Bible, then this may not seem remarkable to you, but read that verse again. Shortly before dawn, Jesus went out to them walking on the lake. Jesus was walking on water. See, I had to do it like that because that's like it's in capitals there on the thing, so I had to put some emphasis in. Yeah. This is not the type of thing that happens every day. In fact, as far as we know, it only happened on one day ever, and even that is almost beyond belief. People don't just walk on water. If I manage to stay afloat in water, I'm pretty impressed with myself. But there was Jesus having a stroll on the lake as if he was in his local park. That is very, very impressive. Some people have found this so unbelievable that they suggest that it didn't happen at all. Dubious Bible scholars have suggested that the story of Jesus walking on the water has been made up. Some suggest that he wasn't walking on water, but on submerged stones, which the strong winds had uncovered enough to make accessible to anyone rambling across the lake that evening. Which seems odd because the disciples, some of whom, as we know, were very experienced fishermen who grew up fishing on that lake, would not have been sailing near submerged stones. That's asking for trouble. One of the first things they would have been taught by their fathers would have been to stay away from the stones. Others posit that perhaps this was a translation error, and Jesus wasn't walking on the lake, he was walking beside the lake. I guess a translation error could happen, but I don't know why anyone would have thought that that would make a good Bible story. Shortly before dawn, Jesus went walking beside the lake. Hallelujah, amen, praise the Lord, Jesus walked beside the lake. What a boring story. A Florida State University At Florida State University, one professor proposed that there is a phenomenon that occurs once every 1,000 years when the conditions are just right that leads to patches of ice forming on the lake. So perhaps, he suggests, Jesus was walking on ice, like Disney on ice, but with Jesus instead of Mickey. This is an interesting idea, but what are the chances that the day Jesus fed 20,000-ish people also happened to be the same day that this ice phenomenon happened, and Jesus managed to captain his ice patch out to his disciples' boat while they strained at the oars? I know the professor was attempting to solve the problem of the believability of the water walking, but it seems almost as unbelievable. The point of all this is that it's a miracle. Jesus either did or didn't walk on the water, but if he did, which I believe he did it not because of some strange phenomenon or trick of light, but because he is God himself. Jesus was once again demonstrating his identity to his disciples. Either he fed all those people, showing the disciples that he is God who provides for his people in the wilderness. What? Earlier, he fed all those people, showing that the disciples that he is God who provides for his people in the wilderness. In this story, he was showing them that he is God who makes a way through the sea, a path through the mighty waves. That's Isaiah 43, verse 16. Jesus came to his people in their distress. Just like in Exodus, when God saved his people from slavery in Egypt by leading them through the parting of the sea and feeding them in the wilderness, Jesus came to the disciples in their time of need. This was giving them a foretaste of when he would meet humanity's deepest need and set all his people free from the oldest, deepest form of slavery to Satan, sin, and death. The water walking was not just a fancy trick, it was a sign of Jesus' identity and mission. Did the disciples figure it out? Did they realize they were witnessing a new Exodus? Did they welcome Jesus with cheers and relief, reflecting on the deep significance of what had just happened? Nah, they screamed. When the disciples saw him walking on the lake, they were terrified. "It's a ghost," they said, and cried out in fear. Matthew chapter 14, verse 26. This is actually a rather reasonable response, if you ask me. If you saw a shadowy figure coming out of the darkness across the waters towards you, you wouldn't think, "Oh, look, it's my good mate Jesus." You'd think, "Here is the ghost of some drowned mariner come to drag me to a watery grave." The disciples' response makes total sense. Water walking was a totally new category of skills that Jesus demonstrated. So Jesus had to calm them down by responding, "Take courage. It is I. Don't be afraid." Verse 27. Peter's test. Peter still seemed unconvinced, so he devised a test. "Lord, if it's you, tell me to come to you on the water." This is an odd test. Why would Peter, walking on water, prove Jesus' identity? That's a logical leap that I wouldn't make. "Lord, if it's you, tell me my favorite flavor of Doritos." Seems more my speed. But props to Peter for his quick thinking, because, well, Jesus would have just responded to be nacho cheese. To Peter, he said, "Come." And Peter hopped out of the boat and literally walked on water. What a magnificent moment. Peter walking on the water towards Jesus. What did it feel like? Was the water soft under his feet? Did it feel like walking on a pillow? Or was it hard like concrete? Was it cold? Did it feel wet? Did Peter walk right on top of the water, or did he sink a little so that the water lapped over his feet? Did he walk up and down over the waves, or through them? How does one keep their balance while walking on a shifting surface like waves anyway? So many questions. I must remember to ask Peter when I meet him in the new creation. Peter probably wasn't thinking about most of those things. He was likely just enjoying himself. Walking on the water seems pretty fun. But soon everything went wrong. But when he saw the wind, he was afraid and beginning to sink, cried out, "Lord, save me." Verse 30. Peter looked at what he was up against, a storm, nature, and physics, not to mention possible sharks and the kraken. And it's like he suddenly realized what he was actually doing and how improbable his situation. All the worries of reality collapsed upon him, and it was no longer just about just walking out to Jesus, but all the things that seemed bigger than Jesus' ability to keep him afloat, and he began to sink. The irony of this is that the only reason why he was there in the first place was because Jesus allowed him to do the impossible. The wind and the waves had no bearing on Peter's safety. It was all Jesus. My parents have told me a story of when I was a small boy, and they took me to the fireworks for the first time. For the days leading up to the event, I was so excited that I told everyone I met about my upcoming trip to the fireworks. When the night arrived, I hopped in the car with my family, chattering excitedly about what promised to be a spectacular event. We went to the park to watch the fireworks, and my dad held me as we waited for the show to begin. Unfortunately, I didn't see any of it. As soon as the first firework exploded, I buried my head in my father's shoulder and refused to look. Terrified by the noises, I missed the whole show. While I was scared by the fireworks, I had no reason to be afraid. I was with my dad. He would not let anything happen to me. I was safe because my father wouldn't take me any place that he couldn't look after me. Peter was scared by the wind and the waves and was distracted by them, but that wasn't what he needed to focus on. Peter didn't need to be scared if he was with Jesus. It was Jesus who was keeping him safe and afloat. Peter cried out, "Lord, save me." But did Peter need saving at that moment? Probably not. Jesus wouldn't let him drown. But calling out to Jesus was necessary for Peter. He needed to know that it was always Jesus who kept him safe. The wind and the waves were no match for Jesus. Immediately, Jesus reached out his hand and caught him. "You of little faith," he said, "why do you doubt?" As soon as Peter called, Jesus caught him. I like to imagine they walked back to the boat, hand in hand, as Jesus gently chided Peter for his lack of faith, probably with a smile on his face. I assume Jesus was just too upset. I assume Jesus wasn't too upset with him. After all, Peter did climb out of the boat onto the water. Verse 30, verse 32 point up. All right, I'm just going to pause here because currently I'm hearing myself reading to myself in my ear. So if you can just like mute me on, sorry, my producer is just replying to some comments. Can you like mute the video there? Yeah. There we go. Because I was getting it in my ear as I was trying to read it, and I was listening to myself read, but it was a different part. It's very confusing. So that's okay. That's okay. Thanks for your help. I'd just like to say that my producer, who is also my wife, is doing an excellent job. So thanks to her, because she helps me do stupid things like this. Verses 32 to 33 say, "And when they climbed into the boat, the wind died down, and those who were in the boat worshipped him, saying, 'Truly you are the Son of God.'" Does this mean the disciples had finally figured out who Jesus was? I reckon they had figured out a little more of who Jesus was, but as we'll continue to discover, they hadn't got him all sorted. They would keep figuring Jesus out even after he left them. That may seem discouraging, but as someone who worships Jesus and is still trying to figure him out, he is God. After all, there is a lot to figure out. I'm pleased that I can worship Jesus without having to have all my questions answered. You don't have what it takes. As we reflect on this story, we may be tempted to laugh at Peter for jumping out of the boat, only to sink when he saw the wind and the waves. Peter was impulsive and he got distracted by the extreme weather, but he also walked on top of a sizable amount of liquid. So in my book, and this is my book, see, Tom French, it's my book, he was doing pretty well. All the other disciples stayed in the boat thinking about Doritos. Not only Peter, not only did Peter get to experience walking on water, he also got to experience Jesus taking hold of him and rescuing him when he cried out. None of the other disciples experienced Jesus like that. When you follow Jesus, are you more like Peter or more like the remaining disciples? Perhaps like Peter, you rush into things without thinking them through and find that you're in way over your head. Or maybe, like the rest of the disciples, you don't take enough risks. Maybe you overthink things too much. Are you being obedient? Are you going where you've been called? Are you following your own desires or God's leading? Is God pleased with you? If you're an overthinker, sometimes you may need to follow Peter's example and just go for it, knowing that Jesus will be there for you. There is a time for questions and assessing all the things that could go wrong, but there is also a time for when you need to act. Whether you're an underthinker or an overthinker, your job is to do what Jesus asks and goes where he calls and trust him that he will take care of the rest. Jesus doesn't need us to have everything figured out. Jesus wants us to obey him and take risks for him. Sometimes as we obey him, the challenges will seem overwhelming. Your wind and waves could come in the form of friends' opinions of your choices or their mockery of your beliefs. They could come in the form of your family not understanding why you're choosing a course of study that will allow you to better serve God's kingdom rather than following their ambitions for you. The wind and the waves may come by choosing to hold fast to what the Bible teaches rather than giving in to what society says is correct. As you face these winds and waves, you could feel like the disciples, straining against the oars, sinking and making no progress. Or you may feel like Peter, sinking, unable to keep yourself afloat. You may feel as if you don't have what it takes to stay faithful, faithful to Jesus when everything seems to be against you. Let me tell you a hard truth. You don't have what it takes. You can't walk on water. You can't obey Jesus. You can't achieve the things he calls you to, but he can. And he never calls you to be a disciple alone. He doesn't say, go and be my disciple. I'll meet you at the end and you can tell me how you went. No, he calls you to follow him. When he calls you to follow him, he never leaves you alone. He comes to you in your distress. He takes hold of you in your weakness and sin and lifts you up. He is God who has made a way to be with you. He doesn't just make a way across the waters, but he made a way through death and back so that he might rescue you from sin and death and empower you to live for him. Jesus came to earth and went to the cross, to death and to new life, so that you would be his. This is the kind of commitment that you can rely on, whatever wind and waves you are experiencing. As you embark on each new step in your journey of following Jesus, think it through. Do you have what you need to keep following Jesus? The answer is yes, you do. If you trust in Jesus, you have him with you through his Spirit. He'll be with you as you struggle through the wind and the waves. If you find yourself sinking, cry out to him. He'll lift you up. With him, I promise, you will make it through. And from time to time, you may even find yourself walking on water. And that is the end of chapter 4. I'm going to take a drink. Remember to be commenting the stupidest thing you have done in the comments on YouTube or Facebook, and we'll be reading them because I've got a whole nother copy of this book to give away at 4 p.m., then at 5 p.m., then at the end, but this is really taking a long time, we might chuck another one in as well. And if you want your very own copy that you don't have to win because you've never done anything stupid, then head to tomfrench.com/disciples and you can buy it. My wife is asking for my Facebook password. It's gonna do some things while I'm otherwise busy. Let me just find it in my password app. I'm not going to read it out over the internet. Yes, Facebook. All right, here you are. It's written there. All right, here we go. It's not, chapter 5, it's not about the bread. Ooh, the yeast of the Pharisees and Herod. Mark chapter 8, verses 1 to 21. Can I just say I'm very pleased with how the shade is coming along. I'm feeling a lot less hot than before, which is good. All right, let's keep going. Recently, my wife had a job interview for a role that she was interested in. However, before the interview, she needed to sit an exam at her university. She asked me to meet her at uni and bring her a dress that she could get changed into for the job interview. She didn't want to carry the outfit with her all morning, so it was my job to deliver the dress and keep it crease-free. We decided we would also have lunch when I came to see her. Before she left, she reminded me, don't forget the dress. All throughout the day, I said to myself, don't forget the dress. I had the dress hanging by the front door so that when I left, I wouldn't forget it. When it was time, I drove her to uni. We met and ate lunch together, and it was a lovely little middle of the day lunch date. But after lunch, when I went to give her the dress that should have been hanging in the car, I discovered I had forgotten it. Typical me. I don't know how much more I could have done to make sure I didn't forget the dress. Some tasks are just too hard for folks like me. In this story, in Mark chapter 8, we see the disciples display a seemingly impossible amount. Oh, there's a bird like right there behind. That was right there with me. That was great. Hello, Willy Wagtail. Thanks for coming to visit. And we see the disciples just, oh, there. You probably can't see that. Come back this way. Yeah, all right. This is one of my favorite things about this balcony is that we get visited by willy wagtails all the time. Sometimes welcome swallows, and every now and then a big rude bird that I don't like very much. But mostly willy wagtails. So it's great to have them along. Come on back whenever you want, willies. All right, the story, and a seeming impossible amount of thick-headedness. The story begins as we find the disciples with Jesus, not in Jewish territory anymore. But, as usual, there was a crowd around Jesus wanting to hear his teaching. There are 4,000 people this time. After days of teaching, Jesus was concerned about how hungry all the people must have been. He turned to the disciples and said, I have compassion for these people. They have already been with me 3 days and had nothing to eat. If I send them home hungry, they will collapse on the way, because some of them have come a long distance. Now you would think if Jesus presented a problem like this to the disciples, that they could have remembered back to that other time, not that long ago, when they were with an even larger crowd that they needed to feed, and Jesus fed them all with barely any food. So when Jesus mentioned that this crowd was hungry, the disciples should have realized that the answer was literally staring them right in the face, blinking, breathing, and talking. Instead, the disciples replied, But where in this remote place can we get anyone enough to eat? Sorry, but where in this remote place can anyone get enough bread to feed them? Verse 4. What a brilliant question. Where could anyone get enough bread? I don't know. I'm just putting it out there. Jesus, perhaps? This wasn't really a theoretical, untested solution, was it? To be fair, it was Jesus presenting the problem. So perhaps they assumed that if Jesus was asking, he might not have a solution. Perhaps they thought his power had run out, or he couldn't do those miracles outside of his home territory. Who knows? However, Jesus didn't mess around with rebuking the disciples when they didn't understand. He just got on with feeding all those people. He asked the disciples how much bread they had, and they found 7 loaves, and they found 7 loaves. They were able to find some fish. So Jesus had the disciples distribute it, and just like before, everyone ate and was satisfied. At the end, 7 basketfuls were left over, and again the disciples hopped in the boat to sail to the region of Dalmanutha. Unfortunately, despite the abundance of leftovers, they only took 1 loaf with them, asking for a sign. When they arrived at their destination, like a bunch of seagulls sensing some chips, out came the local Pharisees with a test for Jesus. I assume, after some of Jesus' public arguments with the Pharisees, see Mark chapter 7, verses 1 to 23, for a particularly juicy one, that they were keen to show their resolve. They asked him for a sign from heaven. This might seem like a weird request. Jesus had just fed thousands of people, twice, and walked on water. You would think that they had received enough signs, but they probably didn't know that the feeding miracles were miracles. They just thought they were conventional mass feedings. And I assume the story of Jesus walking on water hadn't reached the Pharisees yet. These were miracles designed only for the disciples to witness. Still, he had done plenty of public healings by this point, but that wasn't enough for them. In fact, sometimes the healings were the problem. See Mark chapter 3, verses 1 to 6. They wanted to Jesus to prove that he was not just some cheap conjurer of tricks, but God's Messiah. They wanted proof that God endorsed Jesus. Jesus could have made himself glow, called down fire on someone, rapped alphabet aerobics, or something equally impressive. Instead of giving them a sign, Jesus sighed deeply, which I guess was a sign, though not from heaven, just a sign that these people completely frustrated him. Why does this generation ask for a sign? Truly, I tell you, no sign will be given to it. In Matthew's account, Jesus said, A wicked and adulterous generation asks for a sign, but none will be given it except the sign of the prophet Jonah. For as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of a huge fish, so the Son of Man will be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. Matthew chapter 12, verses 39 to 40. Jesus would give them a sign. It would be his death and resurrection. But the Pharisees would not recognize it for what it was. No number of signs would satisfy people who refused to see. I have had a few people tell me that for them to become a Christian, God would need to send them a sign. Some of them tell me that they asked for a sign from God to prove that he is real, which they didn't receive, and so they aren't Christians. This seems reasonable on the surface. It's not like it costs God anything to throw a few lightning bolts or personalized rainbows around. But the premise is problematic. If the onus is on Jesus to prove himself, if the onus is on God to prove himself to us, then he becomes our servant. God has given us plenty of proof of himself, if only we would look for it. Romans chapter 1, verse 20. He is not required to provide a sign every time we demand one. Imagine what would happen if I demanded that my wife regularly prove that she loves me. Every few days she'd be baking me a cake, going out to buy me Macca's late at night, or announcing her love for me in some sappy Instagram post. Now, if she does any of those things without me demanding it, I'm going to feel loved. But if she does them because I demand it, I've distorted our relationship, and I suspect I won't trust the signs anymore. And I suspect I won't trust the signs anyway. I'll always need more proof. Also, you can see all the signs and still not believe. Judas saw all Jesus' miracles right until he betrayed him. I know people who have witnessed amazing miracles and still choose not to follow Jesus. Be careful of demanding God prove himself to you. Even if he did, you probably wouldn't be satisfied anyway. There is another time in the Bible when someone asked Jesus for some assurance of his identity, and he gives us. John the Baptist, Jesus' cousin, whom we discussed in chapter 1, had been thrown in prison. There, he began to doubt if Jesus really was who he said he was. So he sent his own disciples to Jesus to ask him if he really was the Messiah, or should they expect someone else. Jesus didn't say to him, I tell you, no son will be given to you. Instead, Jesus responded by saying, Go and report to John what you hear and see. The blind receive sight, the lame walk, those who have leprosy are cleansed, the deaf hear, the dead are raised, and the good news is proclaimed to the poor. Blessed is anyone who does not stumble on account of me. That's Matthew chapter 11, verses 4 to 6. Jesus didn't do an amazing miracle for John's disciples, but he pointed to his works as a sign that he really was the one who John had been proclaiming. The difference in these two interactions was that while the Pharisees demanded a sign from Jesus so that he might prove himself to them, John asked as one who was committed to Jesus, but was having a crisis of faith. John didn't demand a sign, he just asked Jesus if he really was who he said he was. Jesus responded not by refusing proof or rebuking John for his lack of faith, but by encouraging him to look at what he had been doing, the very work that should have accompanied God's Messiah. There are always exceptions to every rule, and you may be able to think of stories where people have asked for signs and God has given them. But I don't want to take anything away from those experiences. There is nothing wrong with genuinely asking for a sign. The problem is in the demand. God can and does give signs because he is a God of grace. Jesus was gracious in his response to John, and the signs that we may get from him demonstrate his grace to us, but he owes us nothing. If you ask for a sign and get none, that doesn't mean that God doesn't exist or love you any more than me not answering every phone call I get is a sign that I'm unable to use the phone. So if you just wish Jesus would prove himself to you, perhaps it's worth getting to know Jesus through the stories in the Bible and asking him to reveal himself to you in that way before you demand signs and proofs. I suspect that if you do that, you'll find that you get to know Jesus without needing to demand anything of him. If you do get some kind of sign, what an excellent, unnecessary gift from him to you. Bread and yeast. After Jesus refused the Pharisees a sign, Mark writes this. Then he left them, got back into the boat, and crossed to the other side. That's chapter 8, verse 13. Let's just recap what's happened there. Jesus and the disciples arrived in the region of Dalmanutha. They got out of the boat. The Pharisees asked for a sign. Jesus sighed and told them they weren't getting a sign. Then they got back in the boat and headed back across the lake. It feels kind of like those family blow-ups where mum, dad, and the kids arrive at grandma and grandpa's house. Grandpa says something offensive about mum as soon as they arrive, so dad, defending mum's honor, makes the family get back in the car and they go home. As they're leaving, Dad turns around to the kids and says, Promise me that if you get married, you won't let anyone talk about your husband or wife the way your grandfather just talked about your mother. To which the kids dutifully reply, Okay, while having no idea what is going on. This is kind of what Jesus did. As they were in the boat, Jesus turned to the disciples and said, Be careful, watch out for the yeast of the Pharisees and that of Herod. Verse 15. Let me just pause here and say that illustration there was like a what if illustration that didn't ever actually happen in my family. Just to be clear, my grandpa has been very, very polite. All right. Jesus was clearly referring to the conversations he just had with the Pharisees, but the disciples did not understand what he was talking about. They thought he was upset because they only had one loaf of bread with them in the boat. Let's try that again. They thought he was upset because they only had one loaf of bread with them in the boat. Can you imagine that that conversation among the disciples? Peter: Jesus, are you upset that we didn't bring any bread? Thomas: I told you to bring some bread. Thomas: I thought Andrew was going to do it. He was closest to the baskets. Andrew: Don't look at me. I found the baskets to collect the bread. It should be my responsibility to put them in the boat as well. Peter: Did anyone think of bringing some back? Sorry, did anyone think of bringing some for a snack? There were 7 basketfuls. Judas: 7? How could you let 7 basketfuls of perfectly good bread go to waste? Jesus: Guys, it's not about the bread. Jesus clearly wasn't worried about the bread. It seems a little crazy to me that the disciples would even think Jesus was worried about literal bread. He obviously had some serious skills in bread production, but it seems the disciples forgot this fact, which is why the following conversation ensued. Why are you talking about having no bread? Do you still not see or understand? Are your hearts hardened? Do you have eyes but fail to see, or ears but fail to hear? And don't you remember? When I broke the 5 loaves for 5,000, how many basketfuls of pieces did you pick up? 12, they replied. And when I broke the 7 loaves for 4,000, how many basketfuls of pieces did you pick up? They answered, 7. He said to them, Do you still not understand? That's verses 17 to 21. Jesus was understandably frustrated that the disciples couldn't get their heads around the fact that he was not like everyone else. He wasn't concerned about the daily realities of where to get food. Not that he didn't need food, but he trusted his Father to provide. If he trusted his Father, then his disciples could trust him. Jesus didn't worry that they would starve to death. He was much more concerned with the disciples' spiritual well-being. A much bigger danger for the disciples was that they might be infected by the yeast of the Pharisees and Herod. You would think that from what Jesus said that the Pharisees and Herod might have been in cahoots, but actually they were not similar at all. The Pharisees were a conservative religious sect, and Herod was a regional ruler propped up by Rome. What they had in common, however, was that both wouldn't believe in Jesus and his mission, and eventually both would be instrumental in his death. Because the Pharisees wouldn't acknowledge him as the promised Messiah, Jesus seemed to be concerned that the same disbelief seen in the Pharisees and Herod, who had recently killed John the Baptist, would work its way into the attitudes of the disciples. They clearly weren't getting their heads around who Jesus was. They had eyes that had witnessed Jesus do amazing things, had ears that had listened to his authoritative teaching, but none of those things had helped them truly understand who Jesus was. If they had, they wouldn't have worried about the bread. As dull as the disciples had been, as dull as the disciples seem to be here, I totally get where they're coming from. While Jesus is talking about spiritual things, they're stuck on the physical things. They're worried about bread. Their bread-based concerns resonate with me. So much of my life is concerned with surface-level concerns, when I should be much more concerned about what was going on spiritually. Well, that's good writing, isn't it? I just said concern 3 times in the same sentence. Well done. Well, no. Yes. And then I say again in the next one, I spend my life concerned about money when in my experience, God has always provided more than my needs. I am much more likely not to think about my spiritual health or the spiritual health of those around me, or just to assume that those things are going fine and will continue to be fine. The problem with all this is that if I focus on the surface level stuff, I'll miss out on what Jesus is really doing. Jesus never actually explained what he meant by the yeast of the Pharisees and that of Herod, so the disciples, and the rest of us by extension, missed out on whatever important teaching Jesus offered. I rarely feel like a very spiritual person. I heard a woman on TV describe herself as spiritually dumb. That was on Married at First Sight, in case you're wondering what TV show I was watching where the woman said that, which resonated with me because often that's exactly how I feel. I sit in prayer meetings and all I can think about is how long there is to go until the prayer meeting is over. When I hear that someone is sick, my first response isn't to pray for them, it's just to feel helpless. When I meet people who don't know Jesus, particularly if their lives seem to be going well, it doesn't occur to me that they need Jesus, as if having good health and material wealth is a suitable substitute for knowing Jesus. I have a very bread-based life. My father, on the other hand, does not live a very bread-based life at all. I remember as a kid we often seemed to run out of money, and my parents had to trust that God would provide, and he did. It's not that my father didn't earn much money. As far as I know, his job paid okay. It's just my father seems to have spent a lot of his life trying to avoid making a lot of money. He is aware of what wealth can do to his heart, so instead of chasing more money, My parents actively give money away. Part of the reason why, when I was growing up, they kept having no money in their bank account was because it was with a charity or in someone else's bank account who they felt needed it more. Sometimes my father's reliance on Jesus would infuriate me, not because we didn't have as much stuff as I wanted, but because my father insisted, and still insists, on seeking God's will in all sorts of matters. Like in year 8, when I wanted to take the last day of the year off school because the year before only 7 people in my grade had turned up. I asked my dad if I could have the day off, and he prayed about it for what seemed like months. I thought it should be a fairly straightforward decision, but my dad cared a lot more about what God wanted than what I wanted. Even today, I can find myself in a discussion with him about what to order at a restaurant, and he'll talk about discerning the perfect will of God, and I'm not entirely sure he is joking. Happily for the rest of us in his family, he doesn't pray and fast for an hour before ordering a gluten-free vegetarian pad thai. As much as we gently tease my father about things like this, I know that his focus on Jesus has helped him to live a life of spiritual integrity. He takes doing the will of God seriously, and he doesn't just assume he knows what is right. There are few people in my life who have shown me what following Jesus looks like better than my father. For him, it's clearly not about the bread. What is your bread? What is it that distracts you from paying attention to what really matters? Is it negotiating the politics of your friendship group? Is it making sure that you have the right social media presence? Is it finishing the latest video game? Is it being the best sports person you can be? For some of you, it will be things like getting good marks and making sure you do well at school or at your job. For others, it will be working on a romantic relationship. While many of these things are good and useful, they are just bread. They are not your true calling in life. Your true calling is to recognize who Jesus is and follow him obediently. How terrible to get to the end of your life and realize you spent your entire life focused on bread when Jesus is calling you to something much better, much more exciting. So, how do you make sure that you don't make the same mistake as the disciples? Their mistake was that they were focused on the things that didn't matter, so they risked missing out on the things they did. Their primary focus on bread wasn't at all what Jesus was concerned about. It might be useful then to assess what you spend your time thinking about and what you spend your emotional energy on. When Jesus spoke to the disciples about yeast, their first instinct was to worry about bread. Had they realized that Jesus had the bread situation covered, they could easily have dismissed that as an option and asked, "What do you mean by the yeast of the Pharisees and that of Herod?" And then we would have received an answer. If we can rest in the fact that with Jesus our most basic needs are sorted, he has done everything needed to bring us into good relationship with God forever, then we can have the space to focus on what matters. That is, knowing and becoming more like Jesus and knowing those around us, and helping those around us know to know and become more like Jesus too. It's not about the bread. And that is the end of chapter 5. So I'm going to drink some water. It's good to be here with all you viewers. I have no way to check how many of you are there, but if you're there, why don't you tell us when you started watching and put a comment in, and we'll see who's been here the longest. It'll be a good conversation. Conversation. All right, I'm just going to check if we've had any updates on people saying stupid things. No, that's okay. We've got another hour and 15 minutes before we give away another book, so there's plenty of time for that. And yeah, well, it's been fun. We're getting through there. Oh, the other thing is, if you've got any questions you want to ask about the book, any illustrations you want clarified, any things you're like, well, what actually did happen there? Like, for instance, did I have to go to school at the end of my year 8? Did that have to happen? If you're interested in that, you could ask it. The answer to that is that no, I didn't. My dad prayed about it and then decided the best thing to do was to send a letter to my teacher at school, who was my roll call teacher, and say, if you think that Tom should go to school, actually, I think you probably handwrote it. If you think that Tom should go to school on the last day of school, please write back to me and let me know. And when the teacher couldn't be bothered to write back, that was the sign that I didn't need to go. And so I didn't have to go to the last day of school in year 8, which is great. In fact, I didn't go to the last day of school for the rest of my life, I think. Maybe year 12. Maybe I did. Or maybe I avoided that. I know that during my year 12 graduation assembly, I hid in the video room at school, which was a much better place to be. Okay, let's keep going. Chapter 6. Jesus calls Peter Satan. Peter's confession and rebuke. Matthew chapter 16, verses 13 to 28. Do you know that sinking feeling when you get in trouble? For instance, in school, when the teacher caught you doing something wrong and called you on it. I don't know about you, but even though it's been many years since I was a student in school, I still feel the same feelings if I get in trouble. My legs feel like jelly, my hands shake, I can't talk properly, and I feel like I will cry. If you're trying to give the impression of being a nonchalant rebel, becoming a wobbly, trembly, blubbery mess doesn't really do you any favors. I was a well-behaved kid in school, but there were a few times when I stepped outside the bounds of the school law. Perhaps my most terrible act of blatant disobedience happened when I was just 7 years old. How can a 7-year-old be a criminal, you ask? You just wait. My actions will shock you. That's my clickbait line, so you can click on it, but you just keep reading because it's a book, obviously. Every week in class, we would have a multiplication drill. Drool. We don't have a multiplication drool. That's where we'd all try and one person would drool, and then if you get two people drooling, and you say, what happens if we add another two people drooling? You have four people drooling together. That's a multiplication drool, and you see how much drool you can collect. No. All right. The teacher would give us a number, and then we would have to figure out how to multiply that number by the numbers 1 to 10. My favorite weeks were the weeks where we had to do the 1 or the 10 times tables. They were within my intellectual grasp. The others were somewhat more baffling. One afternoon, as a teacher, who I had a small crush on, was preparing us for our multiplication drill, I decided that it was time to pull off a caper that I'd been planning for at least 5 minutes. Key to my plan was the fact that our desks had lids that swung up so you could store stuff inside them, which was great for sticking posters on the inside of your desk. I had a poster of Jenny Garth on the inside of my desk in year 6. That's Jenny Garth from Beverly Hills 90210. You know that TV show that everyone loves to watch still? Yeah, that one. But in year 2, I didn't have pictures of Jenny Garth because I was in year 2. So I don't know what pictures I did have. Anyway, what I was saying? Oh, yes. It was great for sticking posters on the inside of your desk and terrible for keeping anything on your desk while you retrieved something inside it. I lifted the lid of my desk and hid my head behind it, put my hand to my mouth to create a pressurized seal through which rapidly escaping air would cause loud vibrations, and blew out to make the loudest fart noise I could. Okay, here we go. It says, look there, it's got it written. By the way, that doesn't work on spell check, but let's just see if I can do it. No. Oh, there's a little one. This is why, as I keep discovering, you shouldn't grow facial hair if you want to do hand farts. Anyway, I made a big loud fart noise. It was a majestic piece of subversive, Banksy-esque sonic art. I put the lid of my desk down, satisfied that I had just executed the prank of the century, when my teacher said, Tom, outside, now. Why is it so difficult to be bad? I walked out of the classroom, embarrassed to have been called out in front of all my classmates. I took a seat near the water fountains with jelly legs and shaking hands, waiting for the beginning of the end. What would happen to me? Would I get suspended? Would I be expelled? What would my family say? Would they visit me in prison? Needless to say, my worst fears were not realized, but I did get a dressing down for my immature behavior. I was 7, so I feel like immature behavior is exactly what should have been expected from me. I was allowed to go back into the classroom, and I wandered in feeling like not like a returning hero, but like a silly kid who had been caught in front of all his friends doing a silly thing. This chapter, we're looking at a time when Peter got himself into a very public spot of bother. I wonder if he felt the same way I did. He didn't make any fart noises or get told off by his beloved Year 2 teacher, but he did get publicly rebuked for something that is arguably more significant than the rapid expulsion of air between mouth, cheek, and hand. And I'm going to pause there just to let you know that we just passed page 100, and now we're here on page 101. We're into the triple digits, ladies and gentlemen. We only have 190, 91 and a half pages to go. Sorry, my producer's just running around like things have gone bad, but are they okay? Everything's okay? Great, everything's okay. Peter's triumph. It all began when Jesus and his disciples rocked up to some villages near Caesarea Philippi in the north of Israel. Jesus turned to his disciples and asked them, "Who do you say the Son of Man is?" Matthew chapter 16, verse 13. This is the ancient equivalent of Googling yourself. If I Google myself, I find out I'm a British artist who paints skulls, an American journalist who has won the Pulitzer Prize, a Russian architect, and an Irish poet. I wonder if those other Tom Frenches Google themselves and find me. Is that disappointing for them? What did Jesus find in his ancient Google? The disciples told him, some say John the Baptist, others say Elijah, still others Jeremiah or one of the prophets. The disciples have their ear to the ground. They know what people are saying. Some people reckon that Jesus is John the Baptist, which is probably a simple mistake to make, seeing as they are cousins and they both preach. However, by this stage in the story, John the Baptist has been beheaded for preaching against King Herod's decision to sleep with his sister-in-law, Matthew chapter 14, verses 1 to 12. So it is a less easy mistake to make. Other people reckon Jesus was one of the ancient prophets, also come back to life. In the book of Malachi, which is where there was a prophecy that Elijah, the prophet who asked God to burn up the cows on top of Mount Carmel, would come back from before the day that God brought his justice to the earth. That's Malachi chapter 4, verse 5. Jeremiah was a prophet who wasn't particularly popular with the authorities for his prophecies of doom, and perhaps people associated the way Jesus was upsetting the authorities of his day with Jeremiah's ministry. All these speculations about Jesus' identity seem rather far-fetched, but it's obvious that Jesus wasn't just any old guy. He had to be quite impressive for the most reasonable explanation of his identity to be that he was someone back from the dead. Jesus then asked his disciples, "Who do you say that I am?" Matthew chapter 16, verse 15. Jesus, who had become the unofficial spokesperson for the disciples, said what is perhaps the most insightful thing he said in the entire Gospels. Simon Peter answered, "You are the Messiah, the Son of the living God." Peter was saying that Jesus was the chosen one who had been long prophesied about in the Israelite scriptures. Jesus was the king who, it was foretold, would perfectly rule God's people and restore Israel to its role as a leading nation and a light to the world. Peter was harking back to the glorious days of King David and King Solomon and looking forward to an even greater future for God's people. Jesus liked Peter's answer. "Blessed are you, Simon, son of Jonah, for this was not revealed to you by flesh and blood, but by my Father in heaven." Verse 17. Oh boy! Imagine how Peter must have felt hearing those words. He'd figured it out. Other people were still fumbling about, making wrong guesses about Jesus' identity, but not Peter. Peter was smart. Peter was knowledgeable. Of course, it was God who revealed it to Peter, but really, it probably felt like a team effort. God gave Peter the clues, but Peter used all his Sherlock Holmes mind palace power to deduce the truth. Jesus continued, "And I tell you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church." Hold on, what? Isn't Peter's name Peter? Why has Jesus been calling him Simon? And why is he only now calling him Peter? Let me explain. As I touched on earlier, Peter's name was Simon. That's what his parents named him. His dad's name was Jonah. So, as the son of Jonah, he would have been called Simon Bar Jonah, whereas we might call him Simon Jonasson. But Jesus chose to rename him Peter. So by the time that they wrote the Bible, everyone called him Peter, which is why we're calling him Peter too. So why did Jesus call Simon Peter? The name Peter means rock or rocky. Jesus was essentially naming him Simon the Rock Jonasson, which is eerily similar to Dwayne the Rock Johnson. I'm not saying that there is necessarily a connection there, but someone should really look into it. That's like a PhD for someone to write, I reckon. If you do write that PhD, then let me know. Aside from Jesus' subtle prophecy about the people's champ, Jesus was making a pun on Peter's new name. Peter had figured out who Jesus truly was, and Jesus was affirming that on this rock that he would build his church. There has been a lot of discussion about this verse over the years by people a lot smarter than I am, but it seems to me that Jesus was telling Peter that just as he had become a spokesperson for the 12, so he would be the leader of Jesus' church after Jesus departed. It is on the leadership of Peter, to whom God had revealed the truth of his Son, that Jesus would establish his church. But that's not all. Well, look at the whole of what Jesus said. And I tell you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, and the gates of Hades will not overcome it. I will give you the keys to the kingdom of heaven. Whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven. That's verses 17 to 18. This church that Jesus was building wasn't going to be stopped, not even by death. And guess who would oversee the whole thing, leading it with heavenly authority? Simon the Rock Jonason. If Peter was feeling good before, he was probably feeling even better after this. Simon was now a rock, the rock on which Jesus would establish his gathered people. They once made me a VIP at my local cinema because I went so much. Well, they once made me a VIP at my local cinema because I went so much, and that felt pretty darn good. Peter was to become a VIP of Jesus' people. He must have felt amazing. That's much more impressive than my thing. But Peter didn't get free popcorn refills like I did, so I guess I've got that at least. And it might just be that Peter's inflated feelings of self-importance about Jesus' pronouncement. Sorry, it might just be Peter's inflated feelings of self-importance about Jesus' pronouncements that led directly to what happened next. Peter's disgrace. After Jesus had established with his disciples who he was, we're told that he began teaching them about what he would have to endure. From that time on, Jesus began to explain to his disciples that he must go to Jerusalem and suffer many things at the hands of the elders, the chief priests, and the teachers of the law, and then he must be killed, and on the third day, be raised to life. Verse 21. Jesus would be the Messiah everyone expected. He wasn't about to lead an army into Jerusalem, kick out the Romans, and establish his kingdom. He was going to Jerusalem where he would be tortured and killed, only to rise to new life. That was the true lot of the Messiah. Peter, however, didn't like this idea. Peter took him aside and began to rebuke him. Jesus, never, Lord, he said. This shall never happen to you. Verse 22. Peter, the great and wise Peter, who had just figured out Jesus' true identity, heard Jesus' warnings about what was to come and decided that Jesus had got it all wrong. So Peter pulled him aside and began to rebuke him. What are you talking about, Jesus? Messiahs don't die. You've got to stop with all this negative talk and get your head in the game. Do you think we're following you just so you can get killed? That's not how this happens. You should read your Bible, Jesus. Peter was Peter-splaining to the Messiah what the Messiah was meant to do. But Jesus wasn't having any of it. Jesus turned to him and said, "Get behind me, Satan. You are a stumbling block to me. You do not have in mind the concerns of God, but merely human concerns." Poor old Peter. He was having such a good day, and then Jesus called him Satan. Isn't that always the way? Life seems to be going well, and then the Lord of the universe calls you the Lord of evil. Why would Jesus do this? Wasn't he meant to be a nice guy? Jesus normally was nice to people. He said some harsh things to the Pharisees, and one time he called some people who were listening to his teaching children of the devil. But do you know what's being worse than being called Satan? Do you know what's worse than being called a child of Satan? Being called Satan himself. I don't know, but it just seems very impolite to call someone the Dark Lord. The problem is that when Peter rebuked Jesus, he was rebuking him for saying that he was going to be arrested and killed. Though it didn't fit with Peter's ideas about the Messiah, Jesus knew that going to the cross was the only way to achieve what he set out to achieve. To attempt to dissuade Jesus from the cross was the work of Satan. When Satan tempts us, he doesn't do it with stupid things that we don't like. He doesn't do it with things that we don't like or that seem impossible. Hello, fly. It's like a Mike Pence fly trying to land on the book. The most exciting thing that's happened the whole time. He doesn't do it with things that we don't like or that seem impossible. He's not stupid. Satan never whispers in your ear, "Hey, see that hammer? Why don't you pick it up and hit yourself in the head with it?" Because you'll just say, "No, that would hurt." Also, Satan never tempted me to start a nuclear war because that's an impossibility. That would be a waste of energy for Satan. Excuse me. Instead, Satan tempts us with things we want and things that seem possible. In Matthew chapter 4, we read how Satan tempted Jesus in the desert. The temptations were things that Jesus wanted. Satan tempted Jesus by showing him all the kingdoms of the world and saying, "All this I will give you if you will bow down and worship me." This was a temptation for Jesus to inherit his kingdom without having to die on the cross. I can imagine that would be extremely tempting. Jesus didn't want to die. That was obvious when he was praying to his Father in the Garden of Gethsemane just before he was about to be arrested and executed. Jesus asked God not to have to go to the cross. However, despite his feelings, he submitted himself to God's will. Matthew chapter 26, verse 42. You can be sure that Satan knew that Jesus didn't want to die. If he could tempt him not to achieve his mission, he would win. So when Peter rebuked Jesus for all this crazy talk about suffering and death, he was literally being a mouthpiece for Satan. Jesus knew how much rested on his mission to the cross, and so he rejected Peter's words in the harshest possible terms. Peter hadn't spent any time trying to discern God's will. He just heard Jesus say things that he didn't agree with and got himself into a right mess. This probably wasn't a difficult trap to fall into. We too can easily become a mouthpiece for Satan when we advocate for things that go against God's will. Usually we don't intend to do this. We just fail to spend any time reflecting on what is actually right and true and go with what feels right and true. A few years ago in Australia, the government sent out a survey to every voter in the country to ask if they thought same-sex marriage should be legal. If the majority of people who returned to the survey agreed, then the government would enact the laws to make same-sex marriage legal. If the majority of people didn't agree, then legal marriage in Australia would remain only between a man and a woman. As soon as the survey was announced, campaigns to vote yes and vote no were launched. I got worried that Christians, in an attempt to persuade others of their views, would say things that were unloving and hurt our ability to share the love of Jesus with the world. I wrote a blog post calling for Christians to remember to be loving, regardless of how they intended to respond to the survey. Somehow it struck a nerve and went a small amount of viral. I started receiving messages from Christians thanking me for the post, and many of them assumed they knew how I was going to respond to the survey because they knew the Christian way to respond. Except that there were people who believed that the true Christian position was to vote no, and others who thought it was to vote yes. I found people of both sides of the debate had a key few Bible verses they could quote, and I also found that Christians on both sides claimed to be the most loving and most biblical, and Christians on both sides behaved in ways that were both unloving and unbiblical. It's easy to talk about what's right while behaving in a way that is wrong. Many Christians don't just make their decisions for how to vote from the Bible, but from social media they consumed, the people they're friends with, or what their gut told them. Unsurprisingly, I found the people who most spent time with people who supported the no argument were likely to vote no and expected me to vote no. People who spent time with others who supported the yes argument were equally likely to vote yes and expected me to vote yes. I'm not telling you this to make an argument about the ethics of legalizing same-sex marriage in Australia. I'm telling you this to illustrate how for Christians on both sides it's easy to make assumptions about what is right because they're going with the flow of their subculture rather than taking the time to search the scriptures through the lens of Jesus' ethic of love. I see this happen in all sorts of contemporary issues, whether it's to do with climate change, gender, sexuality, abortion, religious freedom, or something else. When we are confronted by these and other issues, we need to make sure we don't make the mistake of thinking we know what God thinks. We're about to read about Jesus telling the disciples about the cost of following him. I would hazard a guess that if your opinion on any of these thorny issues does not make you uncomfortable, because it can make you an outsider with your friends or family, because it requires you to love people you don't want to love, or because it means you will have to change your mind and your behavior, then there's a good chance you haven't found God's heart on the matter. Peter would not have run into trouble if he had not waded in with his assumption about the right way for a Messiah to behave. Had he stopped, listened carefully to Jesus, felt the discomfort of his words, and then asked him to explain more, he wouldn't have made the mess he did. So how do we make sure we don't do the same thing as Peter? I'm not implying that there is one clear, easy biblical answer for many of the issues that we may face. In fact, I'm sure that often there isn't. Some things are straightforward, but many things require us to resist the temptation to have an opinion about every issue. We need to be able to say, I don't know. We need to ask more questions, to listen more, and more importantly, to spend time searching God's word for answers, asking him to help us to know the right way to respond and pay the cost of doing so. The upside down kingdom. Getting back to the story, after rebuking Peter, Jesus turned to his group and said this: Whoever wants to be my disciple must deny themselves, take up their cross, and follow me. For whoever wants to save their life will lose it, but whoever loses their life for me will find it. What good will it be for someone to gain the whole world yet forfeit their soul? Or what can anyone give in exchange for their soul? For the Son of Man is going to come in his Father's glory with his angels, and then he will reward each person according to what they have done. Truly I tell you, some who are standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. That's Matthew chapter 16, verses 24 to 28. Peter had clearly not understood how God's kingdom works. So God gave him and the disciples this teaching. The point Jesus was making is that God's kingdom is an upside-down kingdom. In his kingdom, things don't function how you might expect them to. You save your life by losing it. The king wins by dying. Following Jesus doesn't win you power and authority, it costs you your life. When Peter decided who Jesus was, Jesus told the disciples not to tell anyone. When Peter declared who Jesus was, Jesus told the disciples not to tell anyone. This wasn't because he wanted to save it as a surprise for later. He wasn't planning some magnificent Messiah reveal party. He told them not to tell anyone because before his death and resurrection, no one would understand what he was really about. Peter's rebuke of Jesus made that pretty clear. If Peter couldn't understand it, how could anyone else? Only after the cross could the upside-down nature of Jesus' kingdom begin to be grasped. Where the king is enthroned on a cross, where death defeats death and life is available for those who will give it up. If you're serious about following Jesus and living in God's kingdom, things will not always go the way you expect them to. Like Peter, you will discover that God's agenda is not the same as yours. While we want to follow our dreams and desires, Jesus calls us to follow him in the way of the cross, even to the point of death. In some parts of the world, Christians risk actual physical death for their commitment to Jesus. For many of us, however, that is not our reality. But Jesus still has the same words for us. To take up our cross and follow. To take up your cross means to put to death all those things in yourself that stop you from having full allegiance to Jesus. To put to death your greed, your selfishness, your prejudice, your apathy. To replace them with love, commitment, courage, and openness to submission to King Jesus. As you do this, you turn your life upside down. You discover that Jesus' call to death really is a call to truly live. You find that you are living the way you were designed to live. Peter made the mistake of thinking he knew what was right without truly listening to Jesus. We too can easily make that mistake, but we don't have to. And if we're willing to humbly listen to Jesus, to assume that we don't always know what is right, to accept that perhaps what is right is the opposite of what we think it is, we can save ourselves from making the same mistake as Peter. And that is the end of chapter 6. And we're going to pause just here because I think I got some notifications. Woo! Yes, I got someone who shared their story. No story. It just said, Tom, hope the copy that was launched off the balcony didn't hit any passers-by. Also, littering is bad. Thanks, Jessica Slater, for that. So if you've got your stupid stories to share, then feel free to share them because we're going to give away another copy of the book in 50 minutes. So you should join in. I'm just going to stand up and have a stretch because I've been sitting here for a little while, like an hour. And then I'll be back for chapter 7. Peter wants to build tents. Look how far through the book we are. We've done really well. Good work, team. Oh, I got another message just while we're here. Oh, I got another story. Thanks, Tom, for your work. Looking forward to sharing this book with my youth group. Great. And Halsey said, yeah, Tom. And then some emojis. Woo! I'll see you very soon. Hello, I'm back, and I'm eating a banana. You probably want to listen to the music more than listen to me eat a banana, but I need my sustenance. And we got to the end of the music, so I have to press stop. So I'll just wait till I finish my banana, then we'll go on to chapter 7. Mm. I've heard there are 5 people watching. 5 people watching me eat a banana. How exciting. Oh, you might have stopped watching while I was eating a banana. You have to listen to me eat it. Okay, here we go. Chapter 7. Peter wants to build tents. The Transfiguration. Mark chapter 9, verses 2 to 13. I was once at the pub with a friend. We were there for lunch and hadn't had anything to drink. After lunch, we decided it might be fun to play a game of pool. My friend was wearing a hoodie that had a large Christian fish on its back. As we began playing, 3 people also walked into the pool room, 2 men and a woman. By the way they were behaving, it was clear that they had come to the pub for lunch, that if they had come to the pub for lunch, most of their lunch had been liquid. These 3 noticed that my friend and I were playing pool, and they asked if we wanted to play a game with them. My friend and me versus the 2 guys. We agreed, and the game began. During the game, one guy noticed my friend's hoodie. "Are you guys Christians?" he asked. My friend replied that indeed we were. This led to a lot of ribbing about our faith as we continued to play the game. At some point, I remember the man shouting, "The Christians versus the heathens! The Christians versus the heathens! Throw the Christians to the lions!" After a few minutes of this, the man turned to me as I leant against the pool table and said, "You don't mind me teasing you, do you?" "No," I replied. "That's what you do with your friends. You tease them." At this, the man spun around, grabbed me by the throat, and forced me back so I was lying on the top of the pool table. "You think we're friends? You think we're friends?" This turn of events was rather shocking to me. When I went to the pub for some lunch, I had not expected that I might be choked to death on a pool table. I didn't know what to do. Having no martial arts training, apart from getting 2 free kung fu lessons, I didn't know how to resist a drunk pool player's chokehold. All I could do was to narrate the situation, which was never going to do any good, but narrate I did. With a voice that sounded like some kind of dying puppet, I said, "I'm being choked on a pool table," while I looked at my friend and tried to send signals with my eyes to get him to help me. Now, my friend is a rather large guy, so I thought, if there's anyone you want to get into a fight at the pub with, it's this guy. My friend laid a hand gently on my assailant's shoulder, and the guy took one look at him and immediately removed his hand from my throat. "Of course we're friends, mate, but I scared you, didn't I?" "Ha! What excellent friends we are!" We finished our game and got out of there pretty quickly. There were some people who know exactly what to do in a crisis. My friend is one of them. I am not. Narrating your own death, while perhaps amusing, doesn't really help anyone. When Peter finds himself on a mountaintop, confronted with the most glorious and perhaps most terrifying sight of his life, he doesn't fare much better than I did on the pool table. Mountain encounter. Oh, another burp. The story begins 6 days after the disastrous exchange in which Jesus called Peter Satan. Jesus invited Peter, James, and John up onto a high mountain. These guys were Jesus' inner circle, not because Jesus had favorites, but because he can't get anything done if everyone gets an equal turn at everything. Suddenly, without warning, on top of the mountain, Jesus was transformed. His clothes became dazzling white, and he shone like the sun. Jesus no longer looked like any old Middle Eastern dude. He looked like a bright, shining, supernaturally radiant Middle Eastern dude. And he was joined by 2 more Middle Eastern dudes, Elijah and Moses, who were talking with Jesus. Mark chapter 9, verses 2 to 4. All this raises a few questions for me. First, how did the disciples know it was Moses and Elijah? Mark doesn't record that Jesus introduced them. Peter, James, and John, I'd like you to meet Moses and Elijah. And it's not like there were photographs around from which the disciples could recognize them. Were they wearing name tags? Did an angelic MC recite a pithy bio before they appeared? Why has no one explained this? Second, what were Jesus, Elijah, and Moses talking about? What does anyone talk about when you suddenly appear on a mountaintop next to Jesus? One minute, you're in heaven reading a good book, then suddenly, you're plonked next to Jesus somewhere in Israel for a quick summit on the summit. Was it a high-minded conversation that you could only understand if you passed into glory, or was it more mundane stuff? Perhaps Moses remarked, so this is the promised land. I never got to actually see it. And maybe Elijah complained, look at the traffic these days and all that new development. Things were much nicer here in my day. Who knows? Whatever they were saying, I like that they were talking with Jesus. Despite the solemnness of the occasion, it wasn't too solemn for a little chit-chat. It was at this point that Peter felt the need to pipe up. There he was, faced with the most awesome moment of his life, meeting two heroes of his faith and his master getting transformed into some fantastic human son. Yep. He had no category of experience into which he could fit this unique event, and he thought to himself, this is intense. There are Moses and Elijah, heroes of the scriptures, talking with our leader. The only thing that could make this moment better would be for me to say something. So his solution was to say some strange things. First he said, Rabbi, it is good for us to be here. Mark chapter 9, verse 5. Why did he think that he was of any kind of importance to that moment? Was he not a vital player? It's as if Peter thought Elijah and Moses just accidentally appeared on that mountain after an unfortunate mishap with time traveling, and by sheer luck, they just happened to have arrived where Peter, James, and John were. What good thing did Peter think he, James, and John could do? Let us put up three shelters, one for you, one for Moses, and one for Elijah. Peter says next in verse 5. He seems to have thought that the best response was to set up camp for these three guys. Whether they were to be a temporary shelter to protect them from the heat of the sun as they talked, or tents so they could have a good old camp out on top of the mountain is not clear. Perhaps Peter was envisaging them having long chats into the night around the campfire, toasting marshmallows, singing songs together and giving their testimonies. I don't know, none of it really seems that logical, which makes sense, because the next thing that Mark writes is this. He did not know what to say, they were so frightened. Peter was just talking. He was so scared he just talked, and he said whatever came to mind, which didn't turn out to be anything useful at all. All this talk seemed to be even more absurd when you read what happens next. Then a cloud appeared and covered them, and a voice came from the cloud. This is my son, whom I love. Listen to him. As the cloud appeared and the voice of God spoke, he called on Peter, James, and John to do the exact opposite of what Peter had been doing. Listen. Despite all of Peter's talking, it was time for God to speak and Peter to listen. There was nothing for Peter to add. He should have said nothing at all. The mountain men. Perhaps at this point it might be worth considering why Elijah and Moses were the ones who appeared on the mountain with Jesus. Why not Noah? Why not King David? Why not Jael who stabbed a guy through the head with a tent peg? Judges chapter 4, verses 17 to 22. You may remember from the stories of Moses and Elijah that both of them had significant encounters with God on mountains. Moses, after leading the people of Israel out of Egypt, arrived at the foot of Mount Sinai. From there, God summoned Moses up the mountain to meet him. For 40 days, Moses was in God's presence, receiving the law. At one point, after Moses' first encounter with God on the mountain, and after he smashed the Ten Commandments in anger at the people of Israel, Moses was feeling despondent and asked God to show him his glory. God responded, I will cause my goodness to pass in front of you, and I will proclaim my name, the Lord, in your presence. I'll have mercy on whom I'll have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion. But, he said, you cannot see my face, for no one may see me and live. Then the Lord said, there is a place near me where you may stand on a rock. When my glory passes by, I will put you in a cleft in the rock and cover you with my hand until I have passed by. Then I will remove my hand, and you will see my back, but my face will not be seen. That's Exodus chapter 33, verses 19 to 23. So the next day, Moses went back up the mountain, and God came by proclaiming his name to Moses. The Lord, the compassionate and gracious God, slow to anger, abounding in love and faithfulness, maintaining love to thousands, and forgiving wickedness, rebellion, and sin. Yet he does not leave the guilty unpunished. He punishes the children and their children for the sins of their parents to the third and fourth generation. Moses bowed to the ground at once and worshipped. That's Exodus chapter 34, verses 6 to 8. In Moses' encounter on the mountain, God told him his name, and it's a very long name. Sorry, it's just windy here, and some of the shelters look like they might be unsheltering me soon. And its very long name. It's also difficult to distinguish between God's first, middle, and last names, but that's beside the point. Moses had one of the greatest encounters with God in the entire Bible, and still all he could see was God's back. If that is what happens when someone sees God's back, imagine seeing God face to face. This brings us to Elijah and his encounter with God. You may know the story of Elijah and the prophets of Baal. It's in 1 Kings chapter 18. Israel had been living in the promised land for many, many years. The people there had been seduced by other gods and were worshipping them instead of Yahweh, the one true God. Yahweh is the proper name of God that he proclaimed to Moses when he said, the Lord, the Lord. He was saying, Yahweh, Yahweh. So Elijah set up a contest between Yahweh and Baal, the false god of one of the surrounding nations. He challenged the prophets of Baal to call down fire from heaven on one of their sacrifices. Then Elijah would call on God to bring down fire on his sacrifice. As you would expect, Yahweh won the contest handily. The prophets of Baal couldn't even get a spark, but God consumed the entire cow and the altar had been laid upon. The people all fell on their faces, worshipping God, saying, the Lord, he is God, the Lord, he is God. 1 Kings chapter 18, verse 39. This should have been one of the great high points of Elijah's life. But after he received a threat against his life from Israel's queen, he fell into a deep depression, and he went out into the wilderness to die. There God sent an angel to minister to him, who gave him food, drink, and a nap. After this, Elijah got up and traveled for 40 days to the very same mountain that Moses was on when he met with God, and there he settled into a cave for the night. In the cave, God spoke to him. What are you doing here, Elijah? 1 Kings chapter 19, verse 9. Elijah replied, I have been very, very zealous for the Lord God Almighty. The Israelites have rejected your covenant, torn down your altars, and put your prophets to death with the sword. I am the only one left, and now they are trying to kill me too. That's verse 10. So God told him to go and stand on the mountain in the presence of the Lord, for the Lord is about to pass by. Verse 11. It sounds familiar, doesn't it? This is what happens next. Then a great and powerful wind tore the mountains apart and shattered the rocks before the Lord, and the Lord was not in the wind. But the Lord was not in the wind. After the wind there was an earthquake, but the Lord was not in the earthquake. After the earthquake came a fire, but the Lord was not in the fire. After the fire came a gentle whisper. When Elijah heard it, he put his cloak over his mouth and went out and stood in the mouth of the cave. Then a voice said to him, What are you doing here, Elijah? He replied, I have been very zealous for the Lord God Almighty. The Israelites have rejected your covenant, torn down your altars, and put your prophets to death with the sword. I am the only one left, and now they are trying to kill me too. Verses 11 to 14. Elijah did encounter God, but it wasn't in the same way that Moses did. Elijah needed something different. For him, he didn't need the bombast of trumpets, fire, or earthquakes. He'd just seen God's glory on the mountain with the prophets of Baal. Elijah needed to hear God's gentle whisper. He needed to meet God in the silence of his depression. And notice that the conversation didn't change. God asked the same question, and Elijah gave the same answer. Only then did God send Elijah back to finish the work he had been called to. Listen. Hopefully now it's clear why God was with Elijah and Moses. Why Jesus was with Elijah and Moses. Here were two men who met God on a mountain, now with the God-man on a mountain. Whatever encounter they had had with God, this was greater. This was God in the flesh, face to face, not speaking only once, but always speaking as the Word of God incarnate. When Moses and Elijah disappeared, leaving only Jesus, those two great men of the Old Testament gave way to the ultimate greatness of Jesus. The God of the mountain was now there, on earth, dwelling among humanity. How should one respond? God spoke, affirming Jesus and spelling out the correct response. Listen. Peter, James, and John were to listen to Jesus. The disciples were to listen to Jesus. All of us who meet Jesus are to listen to him. What did Jesus do then? Did he give a speech? Did he whisper a prophecy? No. The wondrous event ended, and they walked down off the mountain. Suddenly, when they looked around, they no longer saw anyone with them except Jesus. And they were coming down, as they were coming down the mountain, Jesus gave them orders not to tell anyone what they had seen until the Son of Man had risen from the dead. Mark chapter 9, verses 8 to 9. God's command to the three disciples was not a set of instructions, but a way to be listeners. It would be easy to listen to Jesus on the mountain amid the glorious conference of Bible heroes. But what about when they were off the mountain and there were no bright transfigurations, no Old Testament heroes, no voices from heaven? Would they listen to him there? They were no less meeting with God as they walked the paths of Israel, avoiding animal dung and feeling the pain in their heels as their tempers frayed, and they wondered when they might get their next rest for the day. Even then, they were in the midst of God's presence. Would they listen to Jesus in normal life? Would Peter be able to tell when his suggestions were just as silly as building tents for dead heroes, even when the context seemed less solemn? I don't think Jesus meant the most important lessons for Peter, James, and John to be learnt while they were up on the mountain, but when they came down. They had to remember that Jesus was still worth listening to and following when he annoyed them, and when he asked them to do tough things, when their enemies were arrayed against them, and when it looked like those enemies had defeated him. It was always important to remember to listen to him as God's Son. The instruction that Jesus gave them not to tell anyone what had happened until he had risen from the dead meant that Jesus wanted the moment to be understood in light of his death and resurrection. If they just worshipped Jesus as the exalted Son of God, greater than Moses and Elijah, without also remembering his death on the cross and his resurrection, they would continue to make the same mistake that we read about Peter making in the last chapter, assuming that Jesus didn't need to go to the cross. But when we view Jesus' greatest glory as coming not on that mountain with Moses and Elijah, but on the lonely hill outside of Jerusalem as he died a criminal's death, then we can properly understand and listen to Jesus. What does it mean to listen to Jesus as the glorious Son of God who died and rose again? It means that we don't have to be afraid if we were to meet God, that we don't have to be afraid that if we were to meet with God, he would destroy us. Jesus took care of that. It means that we don't have to make up suggestions for what might be useful. It means that we listen to his commands and follow him wherever he leads. Even if he takes us down off the mountain into the darkest valleys, we know that he is as much God in the magnificent moments as in the most evil events. We can trust him even if he leads us into death, because we've seen our future on the other side in the glorified, resurrected Jesus. If you're a follower of Jesus, you too have encountered God. You have had the greatest encounter with God. Perhaps there was not fire, smoke, clouds, loud voices, or glowing clothes, but the testimony of the Bible is that the Spirit of Christ lives within you. That's 1 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 16. This might feel a bit ho-hum, but think about what that means. Everywhere you go, everything you do, you have Jesus with you by the Holy Spirit. Do you identify with the mountaintop experience? That feeling you get after being at an amazing Christian camp or in a powerful church service, when you've sung great songs and heard from the Bible and had excellent times of prayer and encouragement from Christian friends, and you feel you've just met with God. You come away from those times feeling like you will spend your whole life serving Jesus. But as you come down off the mountain, the daily grind of life gets in the way. You get up early for school or work, deal with due dates and deadlines, and just generally get distracted by games, Netflix, or your favorite book. Will you still remember that you can meet with God and that you can hear from Jesus? And when you're in the most painful moments of your life, when you're sick, when a loved one has died, when you're battling mental illness, when you've committed the most terrible sin, or when your doubts seem to be overwhelming you, will you remember that the Jesus you met on the mountain is the same one who will meet you in the depths of pain, the same one who knows the way to the other side, the same one who will give you the power to emerge alive on the other side of death? Will you listen to him? You might be thinking, okay, yes, but how do I listen to him? I don't get to meet with Jesus face to face like the disciples did. It's true, you don't. But to some degree, you have more than the disciples did. You have the stories that the disciples passed on about Jesus. You have the stories and the letters of the early church as they figured out what Jesus was calling them to. You have the histories, poetry, and prophecies of God's people from before Jesus that now, in the light of Jesus, show us the deepest truths. All of this is in the Bible, and all of this gives us insights into Jesus that the disciples didn't have while he was on earth. The Bible is the primary place where we can meet, where we can listen to Jesus. That said, it's not just a matter of reading the Bible for 10 minutes a day and saying, "There, I've heard from Jesus," and getting on with your life as if nothing has changed. No, you must ask Jesus to speak to you through the Bible. Then, as you read, you ask Jesus what he is saying to you. As you go through your day, you reflect on how what you read might be Jesus speaking to the situation you're in. The more you get to know Jesus through the Bible, the better you will hear what he is saying to you in your life. When the Holy Spirit prompts you through your thoughts, through a friend encouraging or challenging you, through someone's preaching, in the lyrics of a song, or even through nature, you'll know how to recognize his voice, because what he says will be the same voice you hear in the Bible. When you have a feeling that God is speaking to you, but you're unsure if it's just your thoughts, your emotions, or God himself, you'll know how to recognize his voice because you've heard it first in Scripture. I know Bible reading and reflection doesn't seem exciting or novel, but there's a reason why people have been doing it for thousands of years. It's because it works. It's because Jesus has never stopped speaking, and he'll speak to you now in your most exciting times and your hardest moments. The disciples got to spend every day encountering God in Jesus. This is not just during a glorious mountain experience, but in their everyday mundane life. They heard Jesus speaking, and they only needed to listen. Because Jesus lives with you by his Spirit, you too can hear him speaking, if only you would listen. Will you? And that's the end of chapter 7. Now we are up to chapter 8. Let's just check on the updates. Anything to say here? No updates. So it seems like no comments from people telling us the stupidest thing they've ever done. But we've got 24 minutes to give away another one of these books. So if you make your comments, tell us the stupidest thing you've done, you can win one of these books. And if you've already bought one, because I know that, buy another one to give to your friend or your family. You can buy another one to put in one of those local street libraries, because they need more books. You can just buy another one so that you can win another one, not buy one, win another one, so that you can just say that you won something. And isn't that exciting? So there you go. Put in the comments the stupidest thing you've ever done. We'd love to hear from you. And if you don't think you can win, you can buy one. Go to tomfrench.com.au/disciples. All right, chapter 8. Let's keep going, because look, we're making it through the book, team. We're getting there. Chapter 8, burn them all. The disciples want to call down fire on Samaritans. Luke chapter 9, verses 51 to 56. I love guns, tanks, and fighter jets. Also, I'm a pacifist. Once, when I was on holidays with my friends, I was walking around the streets of Adelaide and we passed an indoor shooting range. Being Australian city boys, we never had much of a chance to shoot guns, but it seemed like this place would just let anyone walk in off the street and destroy a few paper targets. This was our kind of holiday fun. We handed over our hard-earned dollary dues and were ushered into a concrete bunker to choose our weapons. They showed us Desert Eagles, Colt 45s, and my favorite, the Glock 9mm. I liked the Glock because I'd seen it in movies a lot, and I love movies. I chose to shoot the Glock. And boy, was it fun. Loud, powerful, and dangerous. I was a terrible shot. 50% of the time, I didn't even hit the target. I didn't really care though. I was just having fun because I love guns. Did I mention I also love tanks and fighter jets? Every now and again, I go and watch an air show, and the best bit is when the fighter jets come screaming through the sky. They're so loud that you feel it in your chest. They'll do a low pass, and sometimes they'll even be fired pyrotechnics with fireballs exploding across the airfield as if they've just done a bombing run. So much noise, so much fire. But despite this love of violent technology, I hate violence. I hate what guns, tanks, and fighter jets are used for. Sure, I know sometimes they're a deterrent to stop other people from using guns, tanks, and planes, but really, I wish they only existed for shooting ranges, air shows, and movies. I'm aware that war is a much more profitable business than entertaining plane nerds and forcibly subduing paper targets, but we can dream of a world where things only get blown up for entertainment and nobody gets hurt, can't we? While there weren't any fighter jets or guns available in the days of the disciples, the desire to see things blow up seems to be a rather universal trait that crosses the barriers of time and culture. Skyfire. Luke begins the story by telling us that Jesus and his disciples resolutely set out for Jerusalem. That's Luke chapter 9, verse 51. This wasn't because Jesus really liked Jerusalem, like, say, when I get determined to go home because I like my couch and I have a lot of Netflix to watch. Jerusalem was where everything would go down. It was where Jesus would be put to trial, executed, rise again, and then ascend into heaven. This was about heading to the climax of Jesus' story. It was the beginning of Jesus' journey to complete his mission. If the book of Luke was a movie, this would be the beginning of a travel montage as Jesus and his crew went from town to town preparing for a big showdown with the Pharisees. We're told that as Jesus traveled, he sent messengers ahead of him to get things ready. Whether they were looking for places for Jesus to stay or to preach, the Bible isn't clear. Whether they were looking for places for Jesus to stay or to preach, the Bible isn't clear. Some of these messengers went to a Samaritan village. Samaritans and Jews didn't really get on very well. Each group thought the other had perverted the true religion, and they saw them as dirty heretics. That is why the parable of the Good Samaritan that is why the parable of the Good Samaritan coming up in the very next chapter of Luke was so confronting. To imagine a Samaritan acting with much more love and mercy than a Jewish holy man was ludicrous to Jewish listeners. Jesus, on the other hand, was not an intolerant guy. He was happy to associate with anyone and invite anyone into relationship with God. So hanging out with a bunch of Samaritans wouldn't bother him at all. See John chapter 4. Unfortunately, the Samaritans weren't as open to having Jesus visit, and they refused to welcome him. That's Luke chapter 9, verse 53. Jesus had prepared for just such an eventuality. He knew that his disciples weren't always going to be welcome, so he gave this teaching to his disciples as he sent them out to preach, teach, and heal, which we read about at the beginning of chapter 9. Which we read about at the beginning of chapter 9. Whatever house you enter, stay there until you leave that town. If people do not welcome you, leave their town and shake the dust off your feet as a testimony against them. Luke chapter 9, verses 4 to 5. This may seem like odd behavior. Was someone mean to you? Clean your feet. But it's the ancient equivalent of brushing your shoulder off. Although, as you brush off your feet, you're not just saying, this is not my concern, you're also saying, these people are God's concern. He can deal with them. Brushing your feet off is about the least violent form of protest that you can get. Nobody even does any shouting. So what happens when Jesus is rejected by the Samaritans? Do the disciples remember his teaching for just this eventuality? Nope. Whoop. All right. So things are just blowing around. So I might put down this shelter that we've created here. Whoa. There we go. Because the shade has come, so we don't need the umbrella. This one seems to be going all right, so we'll leave it there, but hopefully it doesn't like stab me in the head while I'm reading. But I guess that would make good television. More people might buy my book then. They'll be like, oh, did you see the guy get stabbed in the head? We should buy his book. That'd be fun. All right, wait. Do the disciples remember his teaching for just this eventuality? Nope. James and John, whom Jesus fittingly called the sons of thunder, remember, turned to Jesus and asked, Lord, do you want us to call down fire from heaven to destroy them? It's quite an escalation from let's brush our feet off to let's blow them up with sky fire. Why they think they have the ability to call heaven's napalm, I'm not sure. Perhaps they reckon they can get Jesus' power by proxy. I imagine that hanging out with Jesus can make one feel rather powerful. I feel powerful when I hang out with people who know martial arts, so being around Jesus must be intoxicating. James and John seem to have remembered a story about Elijah where he calls down fire on a bunch of Samaritan soldiers. That's in 2 Kings chapter 1. Growing up hearing these stories as small Israelite boys, the Thunder Sons probably thought Elijah was awesome. And now, after their encounter with Jesus, Moses and Elijah on the mountaintop, they probably realized that as they were with someone greater than Elijah, they might get to see some fireworks greater than Elijah's. It totally makes sense. Imagine if Jesus said, sure thing, and then James and John prayed and 50 Samaritans were blown from the face of the earth. That would be a very different Jesus to the one that we're used to. Just thinking about that makes me feel a little queasy, although movies about Jesus would have way more explosions, which is a definite plus. What did Jesus do instead? He rebuked them. Verse 55. Why? Because Jimmy and Johnny hadn't really understood Jesus. They understood his power, but they hadn't understood his mission. They looked at the Samaritans, saw them as enemies, and longed for their destruction. They didn't understand that while judgment was coming, they didn't get to decide who deserved it and who didn't. They definitely didn't understand that before judgment would fall on anyone else, it would fall on Jesus. Jesus came not to destroy people, but to receive our destruction upon himself so that anyone might find forgiveness and be welcomed into the family of God. Your Samaritans. The challenge in this story of intolerance and enemy hating, there's a challenge in this story of intolerance and enemy hating for us too. Chances are we're not hoping to rain fire from the sky on the people in the next suburb or the shop assistant who is rude to us, but I doubt we're too far removed from James and John's desire for destruction of people we don't like. I used to work as a gas meter reader. This meant that I would walk the streets and read the numbers on people's gas meters so the gas company could send them a bill. As you can imagine, people were thrilled to see me coming. They would welcome me with lemonade and cookies. Everyone loves getting bills. For most houses, the gas meter was in the front yard, so one thing I was trained to do was keep an eye out for dogs. The machines we used to record the gas readings would also give us a warning if there was known to be a dog on the property. Most dogs are pretty friendly, but some are not, or at least not to the random human who just rocks up in their territory uninvited. When I first started my job, I wasn't too worried about dogs because most of my life I've had pretty good interactions with dogs. But then I'd walk up to gates and fences trying to figure out if it was safe to enter the yard, and the dogs would come bounding out of nowhere yelling, "Get away! If you take one step into my yard, I'll rip your throat out with my teeth." Well, that's what I assumed they were saying. None of the dogs I met spoke English. For the small dogs, I found that this was amusing. For the big dogs, it was terrifying. Usually when this happened, I left the house alone. Those people just didn't get their gas meter read, and I'm sure they were very disappointed. Every now and again, I go into the yard where there was no sign of a dog, and my machine hadn't told me about a dog, when suddenly, out of nowhere, there was a dog yelling, "Get out of my yard! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" To which I'd respond, "I'm leaving! I'm leaving!" The dog may not have spoken English to me, but I spoke English to the dog just in case it was bilingual. After a few encounters with angry dogs, I started to get stressed by any dog. Unless they were overtly friendly, and I met a few of those, I would assume every dog was a threat. I would see a dog in a yard happily sleeping in the sun and I'd think, "You're probably out to kill me." Even when I met dogs and I wasn't working, I would feel threatened by them. There were probably a lot of kind dogs who I didn't get to pet because a few angry dogs ruined it for me. A few mean dogs made every dog a threat. You may see where I'm going with this. Sometimes we can approach people in a similar way. We may have had a nasty experience with a person from a particular social or cultural group, so we now feel threatened by everyone who fits that type. Or we may have been told by our parents or our friends, society, religious leaders, or social media that a certain kind of person is evil or out to get us or to destroy our way of life. Those people then become a threat to us, so we feel a mix of anger, fear, or hatred, or merely just disinterest towards them. We can classify people as a threat because of their race, religion, class, sexuality, political views, gender, or more. When we view groups of people as a threat, we're on the same path as James and John. Who are the people who threaten you? Who are the people you wish God's punishment upon? Or, or who are the people who you really just wish terrible things would happen to, either by your hands or the hands of others? Is it people of a different faith to you? Is it people who seem to be dragging their heels on addressing climate change? Is it the immigrants who are moving into your suburb or bringing their culture with them? Is it the people who believe and say different things to you about gender and sexuality? Is it the people who have different expressions of their gender and sexuality to you? Who are you threatened by? Who are your Samaritans? When we realize who we're threatened by, we have to decide what we will do about them. Hopefully, it's obvious that the option of fire from heaven is off the table. But what should we do? The first thing is actually really easy. Do nothing. Notice in Luke chapter 9 that Jesus didn't really do anything about the Samaritans. He didn't attack them, he didn't speak badly about them, and he didn't complain about them. He and the disciples just went to a different village. He brushed the rejection off. Sometimes the best thing to do is nothing. Did someone upset you? Don't overreact and call down verbal fire on them. Don't complain to all your friends. Don't rant on the socials. Brush it off. Is there a group of people who really get you going? Don't do anything. Leave them alone. Do it, Jesus. Do nothing. Doing nothing. I can do that. Yes, you can. It's probably some of the simplest advice ever given. Brush your feet off, leave God to deal with them. But that's not really the end of the story. Because while Jesus was done with the Samaritans, then, because while Jesus was done with the Samaritans then, he wasn't done with them for good. Later in the book, we'll talk about what happened after Jesus' resurrection, but I'll give you a bit of a preview now. In Acts chapter 1, after he had died and risen, he was about to head off into heaven to rule the universe from there. To rule the universe from there, let's try that sentence again. In Acts chapter 1, after he had died and risen again, died and risen and was about to head off into heaven to rule the universe from there, Jesus gave his apostles a job to do. He wanted them to go into the world and to be witnesses to the fact that he died and rose again. So he sent them to Jerusalem, where they were, their holy city, to Judea, the area surrounding Jerusalem, and to Samaria, the land of their enemies, and with the hybrid religion, to the ends of the earth, anywhere beyond Samaria, like Rome, Shanghai, Nebaj, and Hobart. Acts chapter 1, verse 8. Jesus didn't want to blow up the Samaritans, and he wasn't neutral about them. He wanted them to come to faith in him, and he sent the same men who wanted to see them vaporized by angels with flamethrowers to be the same ones to invite them to be part of the people of God. What this means for us is that Jesus doesn't want us to only brush our enemies off, but to actively seek their good. He wants us to go with them, to build relationships with them, to bless them, to invite them into God's family. It might take you a little while to move from waiting to destroy a person to wanting to see them flourish and saved. It wasn't an immediate change in the disciples, and Jesus might have to do some work in you too. You might have to spend a bit of time in the first stage doing nothing, leaving them alone, and praying that God might help you to trust him to deal with them. But soon, you should begin to pray for them, not just about them. You should pray that God might bless them as Jesus commanded, Luke chapter 6, verses 27 to 28. And as you do this, you should work towards actively doing good things for them. This might even be through finding a way to build relationships with them. Sven from Sweden. At my high school, there were a group of guys whose parents had migrated to Australia, and they would all hang out together and harass anyone who got in their way. I'm not going to tell you which country they had emigrated from because I don't want to, because that doesn't matter, and I don't want to fuel any racism. But for the sake of the story, we'll say they were from Sweden. They weren't Swedish, so please don't let this story fuel any IKEA hate you might be harboring. There were plenty of friendly Swedes at my school, but as they weren't mean, I tended not to notice them. I did notice the group who would hang out together and walk around like they owned the school. Almost all of them were younger than me, so they didn't bother me much, but I still found them rather intimidating. There was one guy who took a particular dislike to me and my friends. We'll call him Sven. Sven would say rude stuff to us and get in our way. One of my friends liked to talk back, so Sven would make sure to push him around and threaten him whenever he saw us. The Swedes in general, and Sven in particular, made me wary of any Nordic people I encountered in my life. I didn't want to be racist, but I could feel the growing resentment inside me. One day at school, I was making a video project for drama. I had written a part for a bully. Seeing as Sven was the most bully-like bully I knew, I thought, I should get Sven to be the bully. This seemed like both a terrible idea and a great one. I knew he'd do an outstanding job, and I also had an inkling that getting him on board might improve our relationship. We had a mutual friend, so I asked her to introduce us. She made the introduction. I nervously asked him to be in the film, and he was incredulous that I would want him. You want me to be in your film? Really? I can't act. I can't do it. I can't do it. I should do a Swedish accent there, but I can't do that either. And if I could do it, it would probably be racist, so I won't do it. When he wasn't being a bully, he was behaving pretty much like anyone else who doesn't act when you ask them to act. Nervous. But I convinced him, and he agreed to come to the shoot. The fact that our drama teacher would get him out of class to do it may also have helped. When the shoot day came, these words of Jesus weighed on my mind. Love your enemies, do good to those who hate you, bless those who curse you, and pray for those who ill-treat you. Luke 6, verses 27 to 28. The Holy Spirit wanted me to know that I had a job to do. I was nervous when Sven turned up. My friends who were helping as the crew and the other actors were there. I hoped he would not be rude or beat us up, but he turned out to be the most timid of anyone in the room. We had food and drink for the actors, barbecue chicken, hot chips, and Coke, and we were very professional. I showed Sven the spread and told him that he could have any of it. He didn't understand. I can eat any of this? Yes, I replied. You're helping make the film. It's for you. He couldn't quite believe it. When the time came to shoot his scene, he did exactly what I wanted him to do. He was the perfect bully. The only problem with Sven was that he had to push the main character, something I'd seen him do many times, and he was too gentle. He didn't want to hurt anyone. But we got there in the end. Sven did an expert job, and I thanked him profusely for his contribution to the movie. Did I ever get to tell him the gospel? I wish I could say I did, and that Sven is now a pastor of a church or something, but that's not true. But I'll tell you what did happen. My relationship with Sven got better. We would say hi to each other in the halls, which was a long way from trying to avoid him in case he threatened me or my friends. The whole thing made me feel a lot better about people from Sweden. I was reminded that they were all just people like me. Like everyone, sorry, I was reminded that they were all just people who, like everyone, get nervous about acting. And just like the rest of us, Sven's meanness, gentleness, nervousness, and kindness came not from his belonging to any particular group of people, but to the fact that he was as complex and meshed in his world as I was in mine. I am pretty good at the brush the dust off your feet part of Jesus' teaching. I dislike confrontation, so just leaving people alone works well for me, but actively doing good things for them is a lot harder for me. Sven the Swede helped to teach me that kindness is better than avoidance. If I'm willing to risk love, then I might see some surprising results. Who are the Samaritans in your life? Who, like James and John, might you want to see destroyed? Where is Jesus calling you to leave someone alone, to lay aside your desire for vengeance? And whose good could Jesus be asking you to seek? Could he even be asking you to share the most ultimate good with them, the good news of Jesus? Jesus turned us, his enemies, into friends. He didn't seek our destruction, but our salvation. When we join the mission of Jesus, we join his mission of helping all people to know God's goodness, no matter who they are. We can leave judgment to God. Our job is to seek goodness and salvation for all. And that is the end of chapter 8. And I'm going to take a quick break there. It's 3 minutes. 3 minutes to 4 p.m. So we are going to choose our next winner of someone who has done something stupid. And so I will see you in 3 minutes. I'm going to go and take a bathroom break and do all the things I need to do. But stay on the live stream so you can find out who's going to win another one of these books. Oh, this book fell over, and it showed a very good, very professional stand behind. It's finger paint, in case you're wondering. Anyway, yes, I will see you in a few minutes. I'm going to pause. All right. while I'm back, you've been able to watch me eating this nut bar. You'll get to hear me finish it, which I'm sure is very exciting for you. Maybe hear a plane somewhere up there. Hope you're all having a lovely Tuesday. So we're currently about halfway through the book. That's pretty good. We're going to get the halfway point of pages in the next chapter, which is exciting. But this is where things, ramp up. It's like heading towards the climax and find out what goes on. No spoilers, but it's pretty surprising what happens at the end. Tell you what. Whoa. Can you hear that? What a chewy nut bar. There's nothing better than listening to someone eat on the internet. That's for sure. People like Tom, where was this content all my life? You've just been spamming us with stuff about your book when we could have been hearing you eat. So we have to give away another book. Very exciting. Whoa. I didn't think the nut bar through because it's all stuck to my teeth now. So it's going to be coming off the whole way through the next chapter, which is great. All right, let me read to you our winning. We got a winner for our 4 p.m. joke win. It was John. John wins it, but the story was submitted by Parcel Post. It says John put his wet socks on his shoulder as a way of carrying them to the dirty clothes basket, but then forgot and went out for a few hours visiting, doing maintenance at a stranger's house. The stranger was present and heading for a coffee shop before realizing they were still there. So that's John from Hornsby, who also happens to be my father, who has won himself a book. It's probably the rules of competitions are that you can't win if you're related to the person, to me or something. But if I didn't give it to family members, there'll be no one else to win. So, or very few people. Congratulations, John. You've won yourself another copy of A Dozen Disappointed Disciples, which you probably will stick in a community library because you already have 2 copies already. What great parents you are. So I'll send that to you, or you can come get it. Come to Melbourne and get it. Come and see your granddaughter and get a free book. Great. All right, there you go. That's John. Congratulations. We should keep going. Are you ready? Whew. Just cleaning up my teeth. Chapter 9. Let the little children get lost. Jesus and the children, Mark chapter 10, verses 13 to 16. Oh, if you want to win a book, though, we've got another giveaway at 5 p.m. So you should jump on, tell us the stupidest thing you've ever done. Even if, it's not the stupidest thing you've ever done, because, just the stupidest thing that you are willing to share on the internet that you think might win you a book, then jump online and share it. We'd love to hear it. And all right, that's it. Let's keep going. Jesus and the children, Mark chapter 10, verses 13 to 16. Picture this scene. Jesus is in a house with his disciples. One of the disciples asks him a question, so Jesus stops and begins to answer the question, taking the opportunity to give some teaching. People know that Jesus is in the front room of his house, so they poke their heads in to hear what he has to say. As he speaks, crowds are gathering, spilling out the door, straining to hear. People are craning their necks to look through the window. As they listen, they realize that this is something that they have never heard before. His message is world-changing. They are mesmerized, and then someone interjects. "Excuse me, Jesus." They push through the crowd to get to Jesus, holding something small in their arms. I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm wondering if you'll be willing to give a quick blessing to my guinea pig. I want her to have a really good life." "Oh yeah, Jesus," yells someone else as they barge past the other blessing seekers. "Please bless my rat." "Jesus, I've brought my pet snake." Within moments, there are animal lovers everywhere, coming at Jesus with all manner of strange pets, hoping that he might give them a blessing. The disciples realize what's happening. Dealing with all these people's kooky animal requests is going to derail Jesus from his real ministry. So they start sending the petting zoo and their owners away. Jesus doesn't have time to be blessing pets. Let someone else do that. As they manage the menagerie, Jesus has an inscrutable look on his face. What does he think about all this? How do you feel about the actions of the disciples? Do you agree with them? Do you think that Jesus shouldn't be sidetracked by an inconsequential ministry? Or do you think that he should really be spending his time blessing people's weird pets? Is your picture of Jesus that he is so kind that he's even got time for a pet tarantula named Gary? This story is not in the Bible, but there is one a bit like it. People don't bring iguanas or ferrets to Jesus for a blessing. They brought kids, and the disciples were having none of it. Not pets, but people. In Mark chapter 10, we read, after a time of teaching about divorce, people were bringing little children to Jesus for him to place his hands on them. Verse 13. One of the things that people liked to do in Jesus' day was to get the rabbis and spiritual teachers to bless their kids before their first birthday. Perhaps this was just a spiritual version of getting your kid's photo taken with Santa. Well, these days we think kids are pretty special, and we definitely love babies. In ancient Israelite society, people didn't like them nearly as much. For us, kids often become the center of family life. Parents spend a lot of energy organizing their life around their kids, making sure they get good schooling and attending all their extracurricular activities. Weekends become about getting the kids from one thing to another. When choosing where to go on holidays, families are always looking for something child-friendly. Children are pretty darn important. If you're a kid yourself, you're probably not too upset by this situation. In Jesus' society, kids were often loved by their parents. They were seen as a blessing from God. But everything didn't revolve around them. Kids had a job to do. That was to grow up, help in the family business, learn a trade, look after their parents. The boys had to reproduce and continue the family name. In Roman society, kids were there to serve the needs of the parents. It's shocking to think about, but if the parents weren't happy with their babies, they could abandon them by leaving them in a town square or on a rubbish dump, and there would be no consequences. This often happened to children who were female or who had a disability. So when people started bringing their kids to Jesus for a blessing, the disciples weren't thinking, how adorable, we need to get a good shot of Jesus kissing a baby. Oh, excuse me. As if he was some politician looking to get elected. They saw women, people of low importance, with babies, people of least importance, interrupting the teacher, the person of most importance. The disciples were having none of it, so they rebuked them. Verse 13. You can imagine it, can't you? What do you think you're doing, lady? The disciples may have said. The teacher doesn't have time for your crying baby. No one can hear him over your kids screaming. The women would have loved their kids, but the disciples just saw them as an annoying and unnecessary distraction. The problem is, just one chapter earlier in Mark, Jesus had something to say about kids, and it wasn't that they should be sent away till they're contributing members of society. Jesus and the disciples were on the road together, and Jesus predicted his death. You can be sure that whenever Jesus predicts his death, the disciples do something daft, and this time was no different. As they traveled along, they didn't discuss what it meant that Jesus was going to die. They argued over who was the greatest. When they arrived at Capernaum, Jesus asked them, what were you arguing about on the road? Mark chapter 9, verse 33. But no one said anything, because they were understandably embarrassed that they'd been caught having a selfish argument. Verses 35 to 37 say, sitting down, Jesus called the 12 and said, anyone who wants to be first must be the very last and the servant of all. He took a little child whom he placed among them. Taking the child into his arms, he said to them, whoever welcomes one of these little children in my name welcomes me, and whoever welcomes me does not welcome me, but the one who sent me. Jesus was making a clear statement about what it means to be great. In God's upside-down kingdom, greatness comes from humility, and being first means putting others before yourself. Jesus illustrated this by inviting a child into his group. He was teaching them that how you treat the weakest of people, like children, has a direct connection to how you treat him. And how you treat him indicates how you treat God himself. So rather than seeking to align yourself with the most powerful, Jesus was saying, when you make room for the least powerful, you make room for me. I'm sure all the disciples heard this, nodded, and went away thinking about how much more they needed to be polite to kids. But only a few days later, they had entirely forgotten Jesus' teaching. Here were some parents with their children, and the disciples weren't welcoming them, they were rebuking them. And they thought that they were doing the work of Jesus, but according to Jesus' teaching, they were actually rejecting him. If you've ever made a decision to commit yourself to some new way of obeying Jesus, then quickly gone and done the opposite, take heart that the disciples did exactly the same thing. So Jesus saw what was going on, and funnily enough, he wasn't happy. He was about to do the thing that mum and dad do when they catch you doing something they just warned you about. What did I just tell you? Jesus didn't quite say that, but Mark does write that he was indignant, which I'm happy to assume means that he said something of the sort. What he said was this: let the little children come to me, and do not hinder them, for the kingdom of God belongs to such as these. Truly I tell you, anyone who will not receive the kingdom of God is like a little child. Like a little child will never enter it. Mark chapter 10, verses 14 to 15. Jesus was saying that the kingdom of God is not for the powerful or the influential. Instead, it belongs to those who will enter it not for on their own merits, but on their own dependence. Kids are dependent and, in Jesus' day, totally lacking in power. You may think that God would want us in his kingdom because of what we can contribute, but our entrance relies on us realizing that all we can contribute is our helpless faith in Jesus to welcome us in. The disciples definitely hadn't figured this out. First they wanted to blow up the Samaritans, and now this. They clearly had to learn lessons at least twice. Jesus had just said that if you welcome the kids, you welcome him. So this was their chance to do just that. But here they were rebuking the people who were bringing their kids to Jesus. So Jesus instead took the children into his arms and blessed them. As he welcomed them to himself, he lived out the words that he had so recently spoken. The children were being received by the King of the kingdom, you and the powerless. The disciples were not powerful people in their society. They were young men who had little money and influence in following a controversial teacher around the countryside. So it's no wonder that they got the chance to exercise some power, they took it. As they rebuked the parents with their kids, perhaps they were on a bit of a power trip, enjoying the opportunity to be bouncers for Jesus. I remember when I first started high school, I hated being one of the smallest people in the school. We little year sevens would get pushed around by pretty much everyone else. We always got the worst seats in assembly, on the bus, and on the train. I was an extra small year 7 kid, so I got pushed around even by the kids in my year. I remember once holding the door to the library open for a load of kids, and the bully from our year punched me in the stomach as he walked past. For what reason, I'm unsure. Maybe I was holding the door wrong. What all this meant was that when I got to year 8, I was pretty excited not to be the smallest in the school. There was a new batch of year 7s coming, and I could push them around. On the first day of school, as we were all getting off the bus, I deliberately ran into one of the year 7s. I wanted to assert my dominance. I thought it'd feel pretty good, but I just felt unpleasant. Making someone else feel small didn't really make me feel powerful. On the other hand, in a completely different situation, I once had the keys to the switch to turn on the lights for a local sporting field. Turning them on and off made me feel very powerful, and I didn't need to push any year 7s around for the privilege. The way Jesus responds to those without power never belittles them or serves to prop up his power. Of course, Jesus, being God, had all the power in the world, but he never used his power at the expense of others, and he never needed to dominate others to show how powerful he was. How much power do you feel like you have? My guess is that you don't feel all that powerful, but all of us have power to some degree, and there is a temptation, like the disciples faced, to misuse that power for our own self-worth. On the other hand, we can, like Jesus, use our power for the sake of others, to show them how worthy of love they are, how it would have felt to be, how would it have felt to have been the kid who was welcomed into his circle and to hear that the kingdom of God belongs to people like you? Probably pretty darn good. The question is then, how can you use your power not to go on a power trip, but to love and bless those who are weaker than you? In John chapter 13, we see the clearest picture of how Jesus uses his power. The event takes place at the Last Supper, just before Jesus is to be arrested and killed, which we'll cover in chapter 12. When Jesus meets with his disciples to have a final meal with them, John tells us that Jesus knew that his Father put all things under his power. John 13, verse 3. So what does he do? He takes off his outer clothes and washes his disciples' feet. This was the role for only the lowest of servants, and yet Jesus was doing it for his disciples. He was doing it as a symbol for what he was about to do when he went to the cross. There he would die for the disciples and all who trust in him, that they might be washed clean from their sin. Now, I'm about to talk here about domestic abuse, and so if this is difficult for you, feel free to, well, it says here skip to the next section, but you can just sort of tune out, come back in a few minutes, or come to the end of the chapter where some resources that can help you. There you go. As I've been writing this chapter, I've also been working on a resource for young people about domestic abuse. One of the things I've learned is that domestic abuse is not really about anger that goes too far, or about people not loving those they abuse. Instead, it's about power and control. At the root of domestic abuse are people wanting to dominate and rule those with whom they are in close relationship. Most often, this abuse happens from men towards women. You might think that this isn't something that you'd ever do, and it may never be a problem that you have to deal with. But research says that in Australia, about 1 in 6 women and about 1 in 16 men have experienced intimate partner violence. This means that if these trends continue, some of you reading this will become abusers. Some of you reading this will be abused, and all of you reading this will know someone who are in abusive, will know people who are in abusive relationships. I'm not writing this to scare you, only to make you aware that this is a serious problem, and it is even a problem for Christians. If you're a guy, then we need to be especially attentive to the way that Jesus calls us to use our power. It is never right to control or abuse others. We are called to honor and serve those who we are in relationship with. Greatness doesn't come from asserting power, but from giving it away. Just as God allows us to choose freely how we will relate to him, we must never manipulate people to relate to us in the way we want or to force them to do things they do not want to do. The Christian who truly loves does not exercise power and control over others, but serves them and respects their freedom. Whoever you are, you have a choice about how you will use your power. The question is, how will you use the power you have in your relationships, in the words you use, in the physical actions you take, and the choices you make to serve others the way Jesus has served you? Will you care for even the most powerless with the power and influence you have? You, the powerless. You might be thinking, I know I have power, but most of my life I'm in situations where I feel pretty powerless. There is a significant chance that far from feeling like a powerful person, you identify much more with the kids in this story whom the disciples tried to turn away. There are all sorts of people who feel disempowered in our society, and young people are often in this group. In some ways, there are many privileges for young people these days, schooling, social media, sport, and other programs, but despite all that, it's still hard being young. You can feel like all your decisions are made for you, like you're being left out of the loop on important stuff. You may feel like the people around you have decided who you are based on your age without putting in the effort to get to know you. They think you're lazy and entitled, or that you're ignorant and opinionated, or whatever other stereotypes of young people they have. The good news of this story is that if you're powerless, then you're the very type of person that Jesus is talking about. He's saying that the kingdom of heaven belongs to those who know how powerless they are. We don't get welcomed into God's kingdom because we have lots of power, a great reputation, or because we've got a heap of influence. God isn't interested in our wealth or our mental capacity. When Jesus says, "Truly I tell you, anyone who will not receive the kingdom of God like a child will never enter it," I don't think he was saying that there is anything inherently better about kids, only that the littlest kid has the least amount of power and is the most reliant on others. The way you can receive the kingdom of God is by relying solely on God's power and trusting that only he can give you what you need. I quite like eating hot chips. They are some of my favorite foods. By the way, if you want to Uber Eats us any hot chips, you're most welcome to send some hot chips, and I'll eat them on camera as a special treat for you. Just message my wife. If you know her, you can message my page and say, "What's your address? I want to send you hot chips," and we'll accept them. Just by the way, just in case anyone wants to do that. All right, here we go. What were we saying? Sometimes I'll be out with someone at a cafe and they'll have ordered some hot chips and I'll have just ordered a drink and they'll say, "Take as many as you want." And I'll say, "Thanks," and then take one out of politeness. Then maybe 5 minutes later, I'll take two more. Then 5 minutes after that, I'll take my final two and then they'll have all the rest. Which is weird because I love hot chips and they have offered me hot chips and they said I could have as many as I want. If I had as many as I wanted, I'd eat all the hot chips. But instead, I'm thinking to myself, how many hot chips should I take? I didn't order them, so I shouldn't eat any. but I don't want to seem rude. If I take 3, I'll look greedy. If I take 1, I'll look like I'm just being polite. I should take 2. That 2 is the correct amount, which is why, in the end, I've only eaten 5 chips because I don't want to look greedy and I don't want to look too impolite. Now offer those same chips to a 5-year-old and they'll destroy them. I remember being that age, and if you offered the chips to me, I would have eaten and eaten and eaten until they were all gone, and then I would have tried to subtly suggest that you could go and buy more. That's the difference between how a kid receives and how a self-conscious adult does. We think we need to earn things and to let people know that what we want or need. And if we let people know what we want or need, we'll look too vulnerable. But what God offers, we cannot get for ourselves. He is the great hot tips provider. We bring nothing to the table. We need His love, life, grace, and mercy. The quicker we learn that we cannot earn it, but we get to freely receive it, the quicker we can receive the benefits of God's kingdom. The disciples got a power trip from sending people away from Jesus. If you're feeling powerless, then you have an advantage, even though I'm sure you don't feel like it. You aren't trying to pretend you have power. You know you cannot get what you need. Like the children in the story, you know what it's like to have to rely on others. If you can hold on to your reliance on God, even as you gain more independence and power, you can receive the kingdom of God like a little child. And now just a note on domestic abuse. If you are experiencing abuse in any relationship, you're witnessing abuse, or you think you may be being abusive, then you can get help. In Australia, you can call 1-800-RESPECT, 1-800-737-732, or you can go to the website 1800respect.org.au and use their online chat. If you're not in Australia, then you should Google domestic violence help in your country or state name, and you should find resources. If you are in immediate danger, then call 000 in Australia or whatever the number is for emergency services in your country. There you are. We get another one at the end of the next chapter, which tells us that the next chapter's got some heavy issues too, but we'll get there soon enough. But just to let you know, look at this. We have passed the halfway mark. We are page 158, which is way past the halfway mark. If you've been with us the whole time, then that's amazing. And you're probably my wife. Thanks, wife. All right, let's keep going. But remember, be sticking your stories down in the chat. And the stupidest thing you've ever done, because I want to give away more books. Yay. Okay, here we go. Number 10, Judas. Chapter 10, Judas the Iscariot. Judas decides to betray Jesus. John chapter 12, verses 1 to 10. Who do you think is the best villain you've seen in a movie or read in a book or comic? Is it one of the Jokers, or Thanos, or Ursula, Scar, or Lord Farquaad? Or someone who has turned up in popular culture since I've written this book? We love a juicy baddie. It's the antagonist who makes stories interesting. The Bible has a few bad guys. Obviously, Satan is the big one. There are a bunch of kings in the Old Testament